15 hours.
Okay,
15 hours.
we are live now. So, hello everybody. SOME welcomes you to Debato 2020 finale. We are going to have our Hindi finale, and we have our jury Chahat and Pragyan over here, and our amazing participants. So, please welcome team SOMEDB 2104 and SOMEWL18. So the stage is yours, guys. Pragyan, if you like to announce the motion first, and then we can go ahead. Okay, so I'll go out of the stream so that you guys can take over. Bye. All the best, guys.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. We will start in a second. डिबेटो 2020 के हिंदी फिनाले में आप सबका स्वागत है। हमारे पास जो आज टॉपिक हम डिस्कस करने वाले हैं वो ये है कि क्या ये सदन भारत की स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं के निजीकरण को पूर्ण रूप से रद्द करना चाहेगी। हमारे पास यहाँ पे दो टीम है, एक प्रस्ताव की तरफ से और एक विरोध की तरफ से। क्या प्रस्ताव की तरफ वाली टीम तैयार है?
यस सर।
ठीक है, फिर मैं आपके पहले स्पीकर को बुलाना चाहूंगा, आप आए और अपना केस प्रेजेंट करें।
आप सभी को नमस्कार। मैं राघव दीक्षित, कक्षा 8वीं कुशल समूह से सभी आदरणीय निर्णायक गणों का एवं मेरे सभी आदरणीय गुरुजनों एवं मेरे सभी सहभागी मित्रों को अभिनंदन करता हूँ। आज मैं आप सबके समक्ष हमारे विषय के पक्ष में जाकर अपनी बात रखना चाहूंगा। हमारे देश भारत में आज सबसे ज्यादा किसी सेवा की आवश्यकता है तो वह है स्वास्थ्य सेवा। आज हर व्यक्ति से लेकर सरकार तक इस बात को लेकर चिंतित है कि कैसे हम अपने देश के व्यक्तियों को सुरक्षित रख पाए और निरोग और स्वस्थ रख पाए। इस कार्य के लिए हमारे देश में जो संगठन स्थापित किया गया है वह है NDHM, नेशनल डिजिटल हेल्थ मिशन। हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी भी अपने स्वतंत्रता दिवस के भाषण में इस बात को प्रकाशित करते हैं कि हम कैसे अपने जीवन से निजी स्वास्थ्य चिकित्सालयों में जाकर अपने स्वास्थ्य सेवा को कम कर सके। वो इस बात को बताना चाहते हैं कि हम जो निजी स्वास्थ्य चिकित्सालयों में जाकर मोटी मोटी रकम देकर अपना स्वास्थ्य का सेवा करवाते हैं, वह हम अपने सरकारी स्वास्थ्य चिकित्सालयों में जाकर कम करवा सकते हैं। NDHM एक ऐसी सेवा है जो अगर अपने सही आकार पर आकर कार्य करे तो हमारे देश को बहुत ही अच्छा लाभ होगा। सबसे पहले तो हमें समय पर उपचार मिलेगा। निजी चिकित्सालय में उपचार करवाने के लिए हम जाते हैं तो बड़े बड़े अस्पतालों में पहुंचकर हमारे ग्रामीण लोग उपचार के अभाव से ही तड़प तड़प कर मर जाते हैं, क्योंकि उनके पास तो इतना पैसा ही नहीं हो पाता है कि वह निजी चिकित्सालयों के धन राशि को पटा सके। और जब हम NDHM के माध्यम से अपना उपचार करवाएंगे तो हमारा उपचार कम खर्च में भी होगा। इस आधार पर होगा कि जो ग्रामीण लोग हैं वह अपनी संपत्ति को बेच देते हैं, जिनके पास अपने स्वास्थ्य सेवा का उपचार करवाने के लिए पैसे नहीं होते, वह अपने संपत्ति बेचते हैं, अपने घर को बेचते हैं, महिलाएं अपने जेवर बेचती हैं। तो जब NDHM हमारे भारत देश में आएगा, वह आ चुका है, तो NDHM जब हमारे भारत देश में सभी जगह पर फैल जाएगा तो सभी लोगों को अपने कम खर्च में सेवा उपलब्ध होगी, स्वास्थ्य सेवा उपलब्ध होगी। NDHM वास्तव में भारत के लोगों के लिए एक वरदान से सिद्ध हुआ है। आज आयुष्मान भारत प्रधानमंत्री जन आरोग्य योजना के मुताबिक NDHM डॉक्टर, हॉस्पिटल और हमारे दूसरे स्वास्थ्य सेवा प्रदान कराने वाले फार्मेसी और कंपनियों और नागरिकों के बीच की जो दूरी है उसको कम करेगी। एनडीएचएम अभी शुरुआत में केवल 6 केंद्र शासित प्रदेशों में लागू किया जा चुका है। धीरे धीरे इसे विस्तार करके हर एक गांव में भेजा जाएगा, जिससे कि सभी
क्या
की
राघव की
तरह अच्छी बना सकती है। और जो हमारे हमारे देश में निजी चिकित्सालय वाले वाले लोग हमारे देश में जो व्यापार कर रहे हैं, उसे हम एनडीएचएम के माध्यम से रोक सकते हैं। आज हमारे बीच कोविड-19 एक महामारी के रूप में पूरे समाज के लोगों को खत्म करता जा रहा है। यहाँ निजी चिकित्सालय भी अपने हाथ पीछे कर लिए हैं। तो ऐसे में हमारे बीच एनडीएचएम एक नाव बनकर हम सबको पार लगा सकता है। स्वस्थ हो हमारा तन मन और निर्मल काया, कोई छू ना पाए हमें रोग पराया। अच्छा स्वास्थ्य ही है सबसे बड़ी पूंजी, दुनिया को जीत पाने की एनडीएचएम है एक कुंजी। अंत में मैं यही कहना चाहूंगा कि एनडीएचएम हमारे समाज के बीमार और रोगी लोगों के लिए एक रामबाण इलाज बनकर सिद्ध हुआ है। यह सबको मिलकर सुंदर भारत बना सकता है और स्वस्थ भारत बना सकता है। अंत में मैं इसी के साथ अपनी वाणी को विराम देना चाहूंगा। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद। अब हम विरोधी टीम से पहले स्पीकर को बुलाना चाहेंगे।
नमस्कार। सभा में उपस्थित माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, सम्मानित निर्णायक मंडल और साथियों, मैं अनुष्का शाह इस वाद विवाद प्रतियोगिता की प्रतिभागी हूँ। मेरे साथ भूमिका गुप्ता और तौफीक अनवर खान मेरे सहयोगी सदस्य हैं। आज मुझे यह अवसर मिला है कि ये सदन भारत के स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं के निजीकरण को पूर्ण रूप से रद्द करना चाहेगा विषय के बारे में अपना वक्तव्य रखूं। हम इस विषय के विपक्ष में बोलने वाले हैं। मैं इस विषय को शुरू करने से पहले कुछ पंक्ति बोलना चाहती हूँ। देश स्वस्थ जब तक रहे, कर आत्म कल्याण, रोगी से कुछ होत ना, जीवन व्यर्थ महान। ये शब्द निजीकरण का दो असंबंधित लेन देन के वर्णन के लिए भी उपयोग किया जाता है। पहला खरीद है, जिसे किसी सार्वजनिक निगम या स्वामित्व वाली कंपनी के स्टॉक के कभी शेयर बहुमत वाली कंपनी द्वारा खरीदा जाना। सार्वजनिक रूप से कारोबार वाले स्टॉक का निराजीकरण है, जिसे प्राय निजी इक्विटी भी कहते हैं। क्या भारत को निजीकरण का विकल्प चुनना चाहिए या मौजूदा प्रणाली के साथ जारी रखना चाहिए? विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में उठाए गए विभिन्न कदमों से एक ज्वलंत चर्चा इस विषय को कहा गया है। इस कदम से देश को लाभ होगा या नहीं, इस पर चर्चा करने का जरूरत नहीं होगी। आमतौर पर निजीकरण बोलना राज्य और निजी क्षेत्र के बीच संबंधों का बदलने का एक तरीका है, जो राष्ट्र अर्थव्यवस्था के काम आ जा रही है और समग्र रूप से निजी क्षेत्र भूमिका को बढ़ाता है। राज्य नियंत्रण अब अर्थव्यवस्था वाले चीन जैसे कई देशों ने तेजी से विकास कर दी हासिल करने के लिए निजी खिलाड़ियों को आमंत्रित करने के लिए अर्थव्यवस्था के दरवाजे खोलने के लिए काफी दूर चल गए। तो मेरा यही मत है कि ये साधन भारत के स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं के निजीकरण को पूर्ण रूप से रद्द करना चाहेगा। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद। अब प्रस्तावी टीम के दूसरे स्पीकर आना चाहेंगे। टीम WL18। WL18।
यस सर।
आपके दूसरे स्पीकर अब बोलना चाहेंगे।
परिधि अब बोलिए।
चाहत आपका माइक म्यूटेड है।
Is there a connection issue on her side?
परिधि, ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं। हम क्या आपका कनेक्शन अच्छा है? हमें हमारा जवाब मिल गया। टीम 18 एक काम करिए, हम आपको हल्का सा टाइम और दे सकते हैं। आप 2 मिनट लीजिए, परिधि से बात करिए। क्या आप उनको कॉल कर सकते हैं? ठीक है, हम यहाँ पे रुके रहेंगे। अगर वो स्पीच दे सकते हो तो ठीक है, नहीं तो आप दोनों में से किसी एक को उनकी भी स्पीच देनी पड़ेगी। राघव, अमृतांशु।
यस सर, हम कॉल कर रहे हैं।
जी
सर, मेरी आवाज आई?
Yeah, you're audible.
जी जी जी, बिल्कुल आई।
हेलो सर।
Yeah, you're audible.
सर, मैं परिधि हूँ। यहाँ उपस्थित सभी शिक्षक गण एवं निर्णायक गणों को मेरा सादर प्रणाम। या एवं सभी छोटे एवं बड़े मेरे मित्रों को नमस्कार। स्वास्थ्य है जीवन का सार, इसके बिना है सब बेकार। अगर हम राष्ट्र का निर्माण की बात करें तो राष्ट्र निर्माण जनमानस से होता है, ना कि तकनीकों से। मनुष्य ही कंप्यूटर एवं तकनीकों को चलाता है, इस्तेमाल करता है, ना कि कंप्यूटर इंसानों को चलाते हैं। नीति आयोग की जिला अस्पतालों को सौंप देने की योजना जन स्वास्थ्य को मजबूत नहीं बल्कि उसको और अधिक कमजोर बनाती है। नीति आयोग ने के अनुसार उसका यह सार्वजनिक नीति साझेदारी प्रस्ताव वैश्विक अनुभव पर आधारित है, पर हमारा मानना है कि सार्वजनिक नीति साझेदारी कुल मिलाकर निजीकरण ही है और समाज के लोगों को इससे बहुत बुरा प्रभाव पड़ेगा। इससे अन्य सरकारी सेवाओं के निजीकरण को भी, स्वास्थ्य प्रणाली के निजीकरण का जो यह कहना है यह भी गलत होगा। भारत में स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं की हालत बहुत बुरी है। 2020-21 में के बजट में भारत सिर्फ जीडीपी के 1.6% अर्थात 67,489 रुपए ही स्वास्थ्य सुविधाओं में खर्च करने का प्रावधान है, जो दुनिया भर में बहुत ही कम है। जैसा कि हम जानते हैं कि अभी वैश्विक महामारी की परेशानी चल रही है सब जगह। अभी स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं भी हमारे लिए रामबाण होगा। सरकार स्वास्थ्य सेवा जनमानस के कल्याण के लिए उद्देश्य के लिए होते हैं और निजी कार्य जो होते हैं वे अपने होती हैं। वे सभी लोगों के कल्याण एवं उनके संसाधनों को बढ़ाने के बारे में सोचता है, जबकि जो निजी कार्यालय होते हैं वे सिर्फ और सिर्फ अपनी फायदे का ही सोचता है।
स्वास्थ्य हाथों में सौंपना कमाई का जरिया नहीं बनाना चाहिए। इसका उदाहरण अभी हमें कोविड-19 के में मिल जा रहा है कि कुछ निजी अस्पताल मरीजों की देखरेख भुगतान कर रहे हैं। अगर यही हाल रहा तो स्वास्थ्य सेवा गरीबों की पहुंच से बहुत दूर चली जाएगी और और अगर हम आंकड़ों की बात करें तो तमिलनाडु में 1170 मामले सामने आए, जिनमें से सिर्फ 20 ही ऐसे लोग हैं जो निजी अस्पतालों का प्रयोग किए। और अगर आगे देखा जाए तो कर्नाटक में 280 केस जो मामले सामने आए, उसमें से 30 ही ऐसे लोग थे जो निजी अस्पतालों का इस्तेमाल कर रहे थे। इससे यह साबित होता है कि आज भी लोगों का भरोसा सरकारी संसाधनों में है, न कि निजी संसाधनों में। भारत के हर नागरिक का मौलिक अधिकार है कि उस उचित स्वास्थ्य सेवा मुहैया कराई जाए। निजीकरणों हुआ तो यह गरीबों के अधिकारों में नहीं रहेगा। इस सदन का लक्ष्य 2025 तक जीडीपी का 2.5% स्वास्थ्य में खर्च करने का है, जो कि बहुत कम है। इस महामारी स्वास्थ्य सुरक्षा के प्रतिशत जीडीपी का स्वास्थ्य के सरकारी सुविधाओं में देना चाहिए। धन्यवाद। इसी के साथ मैं अपनी माइक को विराम देता हूँ।
अब हम अगली टीम के सेकंड स्पीकर को बुलाना चाहेंगे।
महोदय, मेरी आवाज
जी।
क्लियर आ रही है? जी, तो जैसा कि मेरे विपक्षी सदस्य के विपक्षी मित्र के सदस्य ने ये बात कही थी कि जो आयुष्मान भारत के बारे में इन्होंने कथन कहा था, तो मैं इन्हें ये याद दिला देता हूँ, शायद ये बोलना भूल गए थे, कि जो आयुष्मान भारत जो भारत सरकार और हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये जो योजना लाई है, ये केवल सरकारी अस्पतालों के लिए नहीं है, ये निजी अस्पतालों के लिए भी है। भारत सरकार ने कुछ अस्पतालों के नाम लिख दिए हैं जहां पर ये सेवा उपलब्ध है। इसके साथ ही मैं कुछ आंकड़े आपके सामने पेश करना चाहूंगा। भारत में 10,628 सरकारी अस्पताल हैं। इसके साथ ही 11,810 निजी अस्पताल हैं। तो ये भारत जैसे देश के लिए, जिसकी जनसंख्या इतनी ज्यादा है और जहाँ के जनसंख्या मरीजों की संख्या इतनी ज्यादा है, क्या हम अगर सारे निजी अस्पतालों को बंद कर देते हैं तो क्या सारे मरीजों को वो सरकारी अस्पतालों में इलाज सही ढंग से हो पाएगा? अगर हम 11,000 निजी अस्पतालों को आज ही बंद कर देते हैं तो आगे जो मरीज आने वाले हैं, क्या सबको उस सरकारी अस्पतालों में उनकी जांच हो पाएगी? क्या वो मरीज वहां जाकर अपना इलाज करा पाएंगे? बिल्कुल नहीं। क्योंकि और ये जो बात कह रहे थे कि सबको मुफ्त इलाज मिलेगा, तो मैं एक बात स्पष्ट करना चाहूंगा, भारत में जो लोग अपने कर को देते हैं, केवल 3% लोग, भारत के नागरिक, केवल 3% नागरिक समय पर अपने कर को भारत सरकार को चुकाते हैं। तो भारत सरकार के लिए बहुत ही बड़ी चुनौती हो जाती है, उनके सामने बहुत ही बड़ी चुनौती हो जाती है कि वो सबको मुफ्त में इलाज करा सके। क्योंकि केवल स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय ही नहीं, बल्कि भारत सरकार को सभी रूप से, सभी विषय में अपने आप को मजबूत करना है, जिसके लिए धन की जरूरत है। जैसा कि हम सब जानते हैं कि हम चारों तरफ दुश्मन राज्य से घिरे हुए हैं। एक तरफ चाइना तो दूसरी तरफ पाकिस्तान। भारत को अपने रक्षा के लिए भी धन लगाना पड़ता है। तो जो धन भारत को उन कर को वसूल करने से आता है, वो इतना नहीं है जिससे सबको भारत सरकार मुफ्त में इलाज दे सके। भारत सरकार ने जितना बन पड़े उतना किया है। भारत सरकार ने बहुत सारे ऐसे योजनाएं लाई हैं, जैसे कि आयुष्मान भारत, उसके साथ ही पीपीपी, जिसे प्राइवेट पब्लिक पार्टनरशिप कहते हैं, जिसका ये अर्थ होता है कि जो निजी अस्पताल है वो रहेंगे, वहां पर निजी जो आम आदमी है वो अपना इन्वेस्टमेंट करेंगे और भारत सरकार उसकी देख रेख करेगी। तो क्या ये सब सही नहीं है? क्या हम इन सब समस्या का समाधान बस यही मानते हैं कि हमें ये निजी अस्पताल बंद कर देना चाहिए, केवल इसलिए कि उनमें जो खर्च है वो बहुत ज्यादा है? तो इसके लिए भी मैं ये प्रकाश डालना चाहूंगा कि जो भारत सरकार जो ये निजी अस्पताल में खर्च इतना ज्यादा है, इसके खिलाफ ने भी भारत सरकार ने आवाज उठाई है। और हमारे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री ने, प्रधानमंत्री ने ये भी कहा है कि जो निजी अस्पताल में जो खर्च लगते हैं, हम ऐसे बहुत सारे निजी अस्पताल है जहां 5 लाख तक का इलाज भारत सरकार मुफ्त में करवाएगी। हम एक उदाहरण भी दे सकते हैं, टाटा का जो अस्पताल है वहां पर बहुत सारे लोगों को मुफ्त में इलाज अभी मिल रहा है। वहाँ भारत सरकार ये देख रही है कि वहां पर मरीजों को मुफ्त में इलाज मिले, ताकि सभी लोग वहां जाकर अपना इलाज करा सके। हम अगर देखते हैं हमारे देश भारत में, जहां पर ग्रामीण क्षेत्र अधिक है और ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में कैसे अस्पताल है ये तो हम सब जानते हैं। अस्पताल में बिजली नहीं है, सबसे जरूरी जो अस्पताल में होनी चाहिए बिजली, वो नहीं है। इसके साथ ही वहां पर प्रॉपर सैनिटाइजेशन, स्वच्छता को नहीं निभाया जाता, क्योंकि वहां पर पानी की उपलब्धियां भी नहीं पहुंचती। इसके साथ ही वहां पर मशीन्स नहीं है। तो क्या ये सब देखते हुए भारत सरकार इन निजी अस्पतालों को बंद कर दे? मुझे तो नहीं लगता कि ये एक बुद्धिमत्ता का विषय होगा। हमें इन निजी अस्पतालों को बंद नहीं करना चाहिए, बल्कि इनके विरुद्ध कुछ आवाज उठानी चाहिए, जो हमारा भारत सरकार पूरी निष्ठा के साथ कर रहा है। और उन्होंने बहुत सारे कदम उठाए हैं, जिससे निजी अस्पतालों में भी गरीब आदमी को वैसे ही मरीजों को वैसी ही सेवा मिलेगी, वैसी ही सुविधा मिलेगी जैसे अमीर आदमी को मिलती है। और इसके साथ मैं और एक बात आपको कहना चाहूंगा, मेरी आखिरी बात। जैसा कि हम सब जानते हैं, अभी की सबसे खतरनाक जो बीमारी है कैंसर, जो इस महामारी को अगर हम हटा दें और देखें तो सबसे खतरनाक बीमारी कैंसर है, जिसके इलाज में बहुत सारे पैसे खर्च होते हैं। तो इसके लिए अगर हम एक भारत सरकार के जो ओरिजिनल वेबसाइट उस पर देखें, तो भारत सरकार ने यह सिद्ध किया है कि भारत सरकार के पास केवल 30,000 बेड्स उपलब्ध हैं इन कैंसर के पेशेंट्स का इलाज करने के लिए। तो क्या, और हर साल वार्षिक रूप से जो कैंसर के मरीज भारत में दिखाई देते हैं वे होते हैं 11,60,000। तो क्या 11,60,000 लोगों का इलाज केवल 30,000 बेड्स पे हम कर पाएंगे? जी नहीं, उसके लिए निजी अस्पताल बने हुए हैं। और इसके साथ ही अगर हम एक और देखते हैं, भारत में जो डॉक्टर्स की संख्या है वे हर 1800 आदमी पर एक डॉक्टर होते हैं। तो अगर हम भारत की जनसंख्या देखें, उसके हिसाब से जो डॉक्टर की संख्या है वो बहुत ही ज्यादा है। और केवल सरकारी अस्पतालों के लिए ये संभव नहीं है कि वो उतने सारे डॉक्टर्स के लिए रोजगार दे सके, उन्हें काम दे सके। इसके लिए निजी अस्पताल होते हैं। जिन डॉक्टर्स को सरकारी अस्पतालों में कार्य नहीं मिलता, वे अपने निजी अस्पतालों में जाकर कार्य लेते हैं। इससे क्या होता है, देश की जो रोजगार है वो बढ़ता है और देश उन्नति की तरफ जाता है। तो निजी अस्पतालों को अगर हम आज बंद कर देते हैं तो इससे और कुछ नहीं होगा, मरीजों, गरीब और अमीर दोनों को ही समस्या का सामना करना पड़ेगा। इसके साथ ही वहां पर जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ऑलरेडी बना हुआ है हमें उसे तोड़ना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि वहां पर हमें सरकारी अस्पताल बनाने पड़ेंगे और जिसमें और भी ज्यादा खर्च है। तो मेरे हिसाब से ये बिल्कुल ही गलत होगा निजी अस्पतालों को बंद करना। और हमें ये करना चाहिए, इन्हें बंद नहीं करना चाहिए, बल्कि ये इनके खिलाफ कुछ आवाज उठा सकते हैं, परंतु हम ये दावा नहीं कर सकते कि इन्हें बंद करने से हमारी सारी समस्या खत्म हो जाएगी। इसके साथ ही मैं अपने विषय को विराम देना चाहूंगा। धन्यवाद।
महोदया, क्या मुझे इनकी बात का उत्तर देने की अनुमति मिल सकती है?
आप चाहें तो जब आपकी स्पीच है तो आप जरूर
नो
दे
सर।
सकते हैं। जी।
अच्छा।
तो आप केवल अपनी खुद की स्पीच में
सर,
उनका उत्तर दे सकते हैं, पर बाहर से आप नहीं दे सकते। अब अगर आपकी टीम में अगला कोई आए और वो कुछ बोलना चाहे तो बिल्कुल।
सर मैं बोलूं?
अमृतांशु, क्या आप
हाँ
विरोधी टीम के
सर,
दूसरे स्पीकर हैं?
यस सर, तीसरे तीसरे
जी।
सर,
तो
आज का जो
अभी
विषय है आज के विषय के पक्ष के तीसरे स्पीकर हम हैं।
जी
तो क्या सर मैं अपनी बातों को शुरू रख सकता हूँ?
जी ओके, क्या अभी हम दूसरी टीम के दूसरे स्पीकर पे नहीं है?
That is done.
सर
अच्छा, फिर
मैं
ये
था
नहीं
सर
है।
दूसरे।
हाँ, अभी थर्ड
आप
टीम का फर्स्ट स्पीकर।
यस
अच्छा,
यस
ये फिर मेरी बात है। अमृतांशु बोलिए।
यस सर। नमस्कार आदरणीय निर्णायक मंडल, शिक्षक गण एवं मेरे विपक्षी सहभागियों। आज मैं अमृतांशु सिंह समूह कुशल से आप सभी के समक्ष आज के इस वाद विवाद के विषय के पक्ष में जो ये कहता है कि हमारे देश में जो सरकारी स्वास्थ्य केंद्र हैं उनका निजीकरण बंद होना चाहिए, इसके पक्ष में अपने विचार प्रस्तुत करने जा रहा हूँ। आदरणीय महोदय, जैसा हम सब जानते हैं हमारा देश एक लोकतांत्रिक देश है और लोकतांत्रिक देश में होता क्या है ये तो हम सभी जानते ही हैं। लोकतांत्रिक देश में होता ये है कि वहाँ की सरकार उन्हें अच्छी सेवाएं एवं उनका हक देती है। और इसी अगर हक की बात करें तो मैं हमारे देश की हमारे देश का जो संविधान है उसके अनुच्छेद 21 में ये लिखा गया है कि हमारे देश के लोगों को एक अच्छी स्वास्थ्य केंद्र देगा तथा उनकी सुरक्षा का भी ध्यान रखेगा। मतलब ये यहाँ तो ये बात सिद्ध है कि हमारे देश के लोगों के लिए एक अच्छी एवं सुरक्षित स्वास्थ्य केंद्र प्रदान करेगा। तो अगर हम अपने देश की बात करें और इसके स्वास्थ्य केंद्रों की बात करें तो हमारे देश के अगर हम लोगों की पहले बात करते हैं, हमारे देश में लगभग एक बड़ी आबादी गरीबी और सामान्य से थोड़ा अलग रहती है, मतलब वो गरीबी है। तो क्या अगर ऐसी कोरोना जैसी अगर गंभीर बीमारी अगर हम सरकारी अस्पतालों का अगर हम निजीकरण कर देते हैं तो उन्हें तो नुकसान हो जाएगा, क्योंकि आज भी हम जानते हैं कि हमारे देश में केवल सरकारी अस्पताल ही 59,330 है। 59,330 अस्पताल है। इसमें अगर इन सभी को अगर हम निजीकरण कर दें तो ये बात तो पक्की है कि वे गरीब लोगों को अच्छी एवं उच्च हम वो नहीं प्रदान कर पाएंगे। मतलब हमें उन लोगों को हम स्वास्थ्य केंद्र जो हम ऐसे सरकारी तरीके से जो स्वास्थ्य केंद्र प्रदान कर रहा है वैसे तो नहीं कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि अगर ये 59,330 अगर सरकारी अस्पताल बंद हो गए तो ये जो गरीब लोग हैं उनका क्या होगा। आगे मैं बात करना चाहूंगा कि अमेरिका जैसे बड़े देश वहां अगर मैं बताऊं तो वहां सारे जो अस्पताल हैं वो निजीकरण अस्पताल हैं। तो हुआ क्या, जो वहां के गरीब लोग हैं उनकी तो मृत्यु सीधी हो गई, क्योंकि वहां हर दिन के अगर हम कोरोना के बारे में बात करें तो वहां हर दिन कोरोना जो महामारी है इसके इलाज के लिए इतना ज्यादा रकम देना पड़ता है लोगों को कि वे अपनी संपत्ति बेचने पे आतुल हो जाते हैं। उनको अपनी संपत्ति बेच के वहां अमेरिका में अपना स्वास्थ्य का इलाज कराना पड़ता है। अब आते हैं भारत पे। हमारे देश में जैसा अभी मैंने आपको बताया कि हमारे देश में अभी कोरोना महामारी तो चल ही रही है तथा हमारे देश ने इस महामारी को रोकने के लिए हमारे देश में अभी भी रिकवरी रेट 77% है। और ये 77% इन 77% में उन सरकारी अस्पतालों का भी योगदान है जिसका निजीकरण करने के लिए हमारा विपक्ष बोल रहा है। तो मैं उनसे ये बात पूछना चाहूंगा कि अगर वे सरकारी अस्पताल का निजीकरण हो गया तो हमारे देश के वे गरीबों का क्या होगा, जो हमारे देश के उन गरीबों का क्या होगा। उनके पास तो उतना धन दौलत नहीं है, वे कैसे अपना स्वास्थ्य ठीक करा पाएंगे। ऐसे तो हमारे देश की आधी से ज्यादा आबादी तो मर ही जाएगी। अगर हम इन सरकारी अस्पतालों का निजीकरण कर दें तो हमारे देश की आधी से ज्यादा आबादी तो मरी जाएगी, क्योंकि आधी से ज्यादा आबादी हमारे देश की गरीब है। अभी भी कई ऐसी जगह हैं जहां गरीबी है, तो उन जगहों के लिए तो हमारे देश की सरकार ने ये जो सरकारी अस्पताल हैं वो रखे हैं। भले ही थोड़ी सुविधाएं कम है, परंतु वो प्रयास कर रही है। इसी बात पे मैं आपको एक कविता बताना चाहूंगा। करत करत अभ्यास कर कर जड़मती होत सुजान, रस्सी आवत जात के सिल पर पड़त निशान। इसका अर्थ ये होता है, जिस प्रकार एक मात्र रस्सी के आने जाने से पत्थर पे निशान पड़ सकता है, पत्थर पे निशान पड़ सकता है, हमारे प्रयास करते करते हमारे देश के जो ये सरकारी अस्पताल है इनका सुधार क्यों नहीं हो सकता। और मैं आपको ये भी बताना चाहूंगा, जो हमारे नीचे प्रदेश है, जो हमारे नीचे देश के प्रदेश हैं, जैसे कर्नाटका, तमिलनाडु, यहाँ सरकारी 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 अस्पताल ज्यादा हैं, उनमें वे सुविधाएं अच्छी से दी जाती हैं जो कम खर्च में हो, तथा उसको उन उन चीजों को एक आम नागरिक भी ले सके। तो मैं ये बात करना चाहूंगा, इस बात को अपनी बात को इस बात के साथ खत्म करना चाहूंगा कि हमारे देश ने अगर हमारे देश ने अगर सरकारी अस्पतालों का निजीकरण कर दिया तो हमारे देश के वे लोग आधी से ज्यादा आबादी मर जाएगी, क्योंकि हमारे देश में अभी भी गरीबी रेखा है। हमारे देश में अभी भी गरीबी रेखा नहीं गई है, हमारे देश में अभी भी गरीबी रेखा है। तो मैं तो यही कहना चाहूंगा, हमारे देश को इन सरकारी अस्पतालों का निजीकरण नहीं करना चाहिए। धन्यवाद।
आपके पास 1
महोदय,
मिनट बचा है, तो आप उन ऑपोजिशन का क्वेश्चन लेना चाहेंगे?
मैम मेरा क्वेश्चन नहीं है, इन्होंने हमसे क्वेश्चन किया तो उसका उत्तर मुझे देना है।
आप ऐसे बीच में उत्तर तो नहीं दे सकते, पर
सर
आपकी टीम
मैंने
का जो
वो
आगे speaker है,
सर मैंने वो रिबटल किया था, जो मैंने बोला कि मैं अपने विपक्ष से पूछना चाहूंगा, मैंने वो रिबटल किया था वहां
नहीं,
पे।
वो बीच राउंड में भी उसका आंसर नहीं दे सकते, पर अगर अम, उनके आखिरी टीम वाले इसके बारे में कुछ बोलना चाहें तो वो जरूर बोल सकते हैं।
सर मतलब हमारे टीम के आखिरी सदस्य इनका उत्तर दे सकते हैं?
जी बिल्कुल। अगर 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 वो ऐसी कोई चीज नहीं है जो इन्होंने बोली हो, पर ऐसी कोई चीज हो जो पूरे डिबेट में चलती आई है, क्योंकि आप अपने रूल के हिसाब से इनको सीधे नहीं बोल सकते हैं, क्योंकि ये क्लोजिंग स्पीकर है और आपके जो अगले स्पीकर आ रहे हैं वो भी क्लोजिंग स्पीकर है। क्लोजिंग स्पीकर एक दूसरे को कुछ नहीं बोल सकते, पर वो चाहे तो जनरल डिबेट के बारे में बिल्कुल बोल सकते हैं।
जी महोदय, तो अब हमारी तीसरी जो स्पीकर है वो अब अपने बात को रखना चाहेंगे।
जी जी बिल्कुल।
सर शायद उनका नेटवर्क का इश्यू हो रहा है, इसलिए वो शायद लेफ्ट कर गए। मैं उनसे एक बार बात कर लूं क्या?
जी जी बिल्कुल, उनको कॉल कर लीजिए।
सर वो बोल रहे हैं कि उसने बहुत बार ट्राई किया पर हमारा आवाज़ उसके तक ठीक से पहुंच नहीं पा रहा है। बोले पियानो की तरह आवाज़ जा रहा है। तो वो एक बार लास्ट बार ट्राई करी, अगर वो उसका आवाज़ सही से नहीं आता है तो हमारी जो पहली स्पीकर थी अनुष्का, वो उनके तरफ से बोलेंगी। सर भूमिका का नेट का इशू की वजह से वो कंटिन्यू नहीं कर पाएगी, तो अनुष्का उसके तरफ से बोलेगी सर।
अनुष्का, जब भी आप रेडी है आप शुरू कर सकते हैं।
ओके मैम। लोकतांत्रिक देशों में सरकारों का गठन होता है। देश को सही तरीके से चलाने के लिए अक्सर सरकार अपने कर्तव्यों का निर्वाह भी करती है, लेकिन सही नीतियों के अभाव में अक्सर ऐसा योजनाओं का कानूनों का अनुपालन होता है जो किसी भी प्रकार की अनुसिघटन नहीं होता। हमारी आज़ादी को 74 साल हो गए हैं। इस दौरान सरकारों के तमाम तरह के उपाय किए गरीबों, अशिक्षा और बेरोजगारी को रोकने के लिए, लेकिन उनके प्रसारों में कितनी सफलता मिली ये हम सब जानते हैं। मैंने यह भी सुना कि अस्पतालों की बेरहम और क्रूर लाइन में दम तोड़ दिया था। एक बच्चे
अनुष्का तुम कंटिन्यू करो कि भूमिका का नेटवर्क
अनुष्का
प्रॉब्लम है, बोल नहीं
आप
पाएगी।
कंटिन्यू कर सकते हैं। क्या अनुष्का का भी कनेक्शन एरर आ रहा है? मैंने आपका टाइम रोक दिया है।
स- अ,
तौफीक, आपको एक बार अनुष्का से भी बात करनी पड़ेगी। हमने आपका टाइम रोक दिया और हमारे पास आपके पॉइंट है।
सर मुझे बस 1 मिनट दीजिए सर, मैं बात कर लेता हूँ। अगर दोनों का नेट प्रॉब्लम है तो क्या मैं बोल सकता हूँ सर?
जी बिल्कुल।
ठीक है सर, बस 1 मिनट दीजिए सर।
आपकी आवाज हम तक साफ आ रही है। इस चीज के लिए सॉरी, मेरा माइक म्यूट पे था और मैं काफी देर से बोलने की कुछ कोशिश कर रहा था।
सर अनुष्का बोल रही है कि उसका उधर बारिश हो रहा है तो इसलिए नेटवर्क प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है बहुत। तो सर क्या मैं बोल सकता हूँ?
जी बिल्कुल, ये टेलीफोन कंपनी के निजीकरण की वजह से ही हो रहा है। तो बिल्कुल, आप आगे बढ़िए।
जी, जैसा कि पूरे विवाद में हमारे विपक्षी मित्रों ने ये कहा है कि हमने अपने पूरे वक्तव्य में ऐसा कहीं नहीं कहा कि हमें सरकारी अस्पतालों का निजीकरण करना चाहिए। हम केवल इतना कह रहे हैं कि हमें जो निजी अस्पताल है उनका निजीकरण नहीं करना, उनका बहिष्कार नहीं करना है। परंतु इन्होंने शायद हमारे वक्तव्य को गलत रूप से ले लिया और इन्होंने ये समझ लिया कि हम ये कह रहे हैं कि हमें सरकारी अस्पतालों का निजीकरण करना चाहिए। परंतु मैं इन्हें एक बात मैं अपनी एक बात इनके ध्यान में देना चाहूँगा कि जितने ज़रूरी हमारे देश के लिए सरकारी अस्पताल हैं, सरकारी संस्थाएँ हैं, उतनी ही ज़रूरी हमारे निजी संस्थाएँ हैं। परंतु भारत सरकार ने ये सिद्ध कर दिया है कि हमें निजी संस्थाओं से भी उतना ही लाभ मिलेगा, उतना ही हमें उतनी ही सेवा मिलेगी जितना हमें सरकारी संस्थाओं से मिलता है। हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने ये सिद्ध किया है कि ऐसे बहुत सारे अस्पताल हैं जहाँ पर लोगों के 5 लाख तक का इलाज मुफ्त में होगा। तो ये बार बार ऐसे वक्तव्य को कैसे रख सकते हैं कि हम ये कह रहे हैं कि जो सरकारी अस्पताल है उनका निजीकरण करना चाहिए। जी नहीं, अगर दोनों एक साथ मिलकर काम करें तभी देश की उन्नति है। अगर दोनों एक साथ हो जाएं, जैसे कि पीपीपी का मैंने पहले ये योजना के बारे में बता दिया था, फिर से बताना चाहूंगा। जो पीपीपी योजना है, जिसका फुल फॉर्म है प्राइवेट पब्लिक पार्टनरशिप, इससे जो देश को उन्नति होगी वो बहुत ही ज्यादा होगी। और ये बार बार अमेरिका का उदाहरण दे रहे थे, तो मैं इन्हें ये बताना चाहूंगा कि अमेरिका में 95 से 97% लोग अपना कर समय पर जमा करते हैं। तो सरकार के लिए इतने व्याप्त धन होते हैं, इतनी राशि होती है, इतने पैसे होते हैं कि वो अपने हर क्षेत्र में पैसे को लगा सके। आज जैसा कि हम जानते हैं कि हमारा जो देश है वह विकासशील राज्यों में से है, परंतु जो अमेरिका है वो ऑलरेडी विकास के मतलब सबसे ऊपर है, पूरे देश में सबसे ऊपर है। परंतु हमारा जो देश है वो विकासशील राज्यों में उसे गिना जाता है। तो इस समय अगर हम निजी अस्पतालों को बंद कर देते हैं और अपने देश का पूरा पैसा केवल लोगों को मुफ्त में स्वास्थ्य केंद्र में मुफ्त में अगर हम उनका इलाज करते हैं, तो दूसरी तरफ हमारे ऊपर जो दूसरे देश के आक्रमण होंगे उन्हें हम कभी भी झेल नहीं पाएंगे। क्योंकि निजी स्वास्थ्य के साथ साथ लोगों के स्वास्थ्य के साथ साथ हमारे देश को भी स्वस्थ रहना पड़ेगा। और देश को स्वस्थ रखने के लिए हमें आधुनिक हथियारों की जरूरत है। क्योंकि हम देख सकते हैं कि हम चारों तरफ दुश्मनों से घिरे हुए हैं, एक मौका नहीं मिलता और वे हमारे ऊपर घात लगाए बैठे हुए हैं कि एक मौका मिल जाए और हम इन पर आक्रमण कर दे। तो उसके लिए भी सरकार को धन चाहिए, स्वास्थ्य के लिए भी सरकार को धन चाहिए। अगर सरकार मुफ्त में सबके इलाज के लिए मुफ्त में बिना किसी रोक टोक के पैसे ऐसे ही लगाती रहेगी, तो क्या इससे देश का विकास कभी भी संभव है? जी नहीं, देश विकास नहीं बल्कि पतन की ओर जाएगा। सरकार जो कर रही है बिल्कुल सही कर रही है। सरकार जो कर रही है वो सोच समझ कर रही है। और ऐसा नहीं है कि सरकार ने हाथ पे हाथ रखकर सरकार बैठ गई है। सरकार ने बहुत सारे योजना लाए हैं। हमारे माननीय मोदी जी ने हमें विश्वास दिलाया है कि हर व्यक्ति चाहे वो अमीर हो या गरीब हो, उसके घर तक जो स्वास्थ्य सेवा है वो सबके लिए उपलब्ध होंगी और सबको एक जैसे इलाज प्राप्त होगा। और वे सब हेलो
जी बोलिए, आपकी आवाज आ रही है।
उन सब मरीजों तक इलाज पहुंचेगा। तो मैं अपने तर्क को यही खत्म करना चाहूंगा एक आखिरी कथन के साथ कि ये जो समझ रहे हैं बार बार कि हमें सरकारी अस्पतालों का बहिष्कार करना चाहिए, ये बिल्कुल ही गलत है। इनके समझने में भूल हुई है। हमें दोनों को एक साथ लेकर चलना है और जैसा हमारी सरकार कर रही है हमें उनका साथ देना है, न कि हमें उनके आगे बाधा बननी है। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद तौफीक। आप सबका वाद विवाद सुनने में हमें बहुत मज़ा आया और स्पेशली आप सबके MBA रॉक्स वाले मैसेज पढ़ के हैं तो हमें और भी मज़ा आया। इसके साथ ही हमारा हिंदी फाइनल्स ख़त्म होता है। अब हम जजेस पीछे बैक स्टेज में जाएंगे और हम थोड़ी देर तक डिस्कस करेंगे, अपने नोट्स देखेंगे, ये देखेंगे कि हमें क्या लगता है कि कौन सी टीम सबसे अच्छी रही है इस डिबेट में। और उसके बाद हम बहुत ही जल्दी आपसे फिर से जुड़ेंगे इंग्लिश डिबेट के लिए। धन्यवाद।
सर तो क्या अभी हम यहाँ से लीव कर देंगे या यहीं पर रहेंगे?
आप यहाँ से लीव कर सकते हैं। जी
ओके सर, धन्यवाद
सर।
हाँ भूमिका।
सर मुझे मेरे नेटवर्क कनेक्शन में बहुत प्रॉब्लम हो रही थी, तो मुझे अंत में एक पंक्ति बोलनी है, क्या मैं वो बोल सकती हूँ?
भूमिका हम उसको डिबेट पे तो नहीं ले पाएंगे, पर हम पंक्ति जरूर आपको बोलने देंगे। भूमिका की पंक्ति फिर से उनके नेटवर्क कनेक्शन का राज ही रह जाएगा। तो अब हम जजेस भी पीछे निकलेंगे। थैंक यू सो मच आपके यहाँ रहने के लिए।
Yes, I got it. I was on mute. Thank you so much, guys. बहुत ही अच्छा लगा हिंदी डिबेट सुनकर। नेटवर्क इश्यूज थे थोड़े बहुत, but we all enjoyed it a lot. थैंक यू, आप लोगों ने बहुत अच्छे से संभाला. So thank you once again, and to everybody who's listening us, please join us at 4 p.m. for English debate. So we'll be here in another 15 minutes. Thank you, guys. Bye.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Finally, we have all the participants, and I would really like to welcome our jury, Neha. And everybody, please keep on mute. Okay. All right. Cool. So we are going to start in next 1 minute. So just a normal thing which I would like to share with all of you. Keep your video on when you speak or when you are here because it's a live event. Everybody is watching you. You're live now. So, and keep yourself on mute, everybody. Only the person who is speaking, that person, and the judges have the right to speak in between. And yeah, if you have any rebuttal appeal, do not jump in. Just raise your hand. Judges can see you. All right. So all the best, and yeah, go for it. Bye, guys.
All right. Hello, everyone. It's 4 p.m., 4:01 actually, and I'm thrilled to be judging this exquisite panel today. So, welcome to Debato 2020, organized by the School of Meaningful Experiences, a unique concept that allows to create children of tomorrow by enabling them beyond what school teaches us. So, I'm extremely happy to be judging this panel. I'm delighted to tell you there were about 300 participants from 30 different countries taking part yesterday, and these two incredible teams, Team 2039 and Team 2094, have done an exceptional job and reached the finals. So congratulations on getting this far. A round of applause for you. And I'm delighted to have with me Tony. Is Tony joining us, Pragyan?
Tony is having some connection difficulties yet
Oh,
again.
no worries. So no worries. So we have Mr. Tony V. Francis, who is going to be judging with me. So while Tony joins in, I'm going to present the motion to everybody. The motion for today's debate is: this House believes that there should be no restrictions against the people of India to publicly express opinions against the decisions of the Supreme Court. We have from the proposing side, please raise your hands. Yeah, Team 2039 would be proposing the motion and Team 2094 would be opposing the motion. So I'd invite Speaker 1 from the proposing team to please take the stage now.
Thank you, ma'am. Do I have the permission to start?
Yes, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So my warm greetings to everyone present here. As the first speaker on the proposition side of the House, I would like to put forth that our burden today here is to explain why and to prove why people should be allowed to publicly express opinion against the decisions of the judiciary of the Supreme Court in India. So I'll be structuring my speech today primarily in 4 parts. Number 1, building a model that the proposition side of the House would like to put forth. Number 2, building my substantive on the freedom of speech and expression. Number 3, building my point on the substantive dissent. And number 4, building my point on the historical context of the Constitution. So let's get straight into it. Moving ahead with the model that we would like to propose. So on proposition side of the House, we propose that criticism of judicial decisions should be a right in the spirit of the Constitution. At the same time, the individuals and the Indian citizens have to conform with the provisions of the Constitution from Articles 12 to 35, which basically outline that any speech which would incite rebellion or be characterized as hate speech, mudslinging, etc., etc. At the same time, they'll be liable to legal action within these particular provisions. However, in the spirit of the Constitution, what we propose in the proposition side of the House is we should interpret the Constitution in the spirit of the word and not the letter of the law. We believe that the contempt of court definition outlined by the Constitution is extremely hazy, which allows for a multitude of misinterpretations by the Supreme Court, the judiciary, to serve their own purpose. So what we would like to do is basically propose this model wherein people have the right to express their opinions, disagreeing opinions against the judicial decisions, because this comes under the freedom of speech, which I will be elaborating upon in my first substantive. So in accordance with Article 19 of the Indian Constitution, which basically grants us the freedom of speech and expression, what we understand is that every Indian citizen has the right to explain and to put forth their views, their opinions on absolutely almost every agenda. and the constitution is going against its very own provisions, and the judiciary is going against its own what it stands for by allowing for the contempt of court to include criticism of judicial decisions. So people have the right to criticize judicial decisions because this forms an integral and irreplaceable part of almost every democracy in the world. Which brings me to my second substantive. I'll be recognizing that point now, if the speaker would go ahead.
All right. So in the status quo, you're already allowed to criticize most decisions. The contempt of court laws are about things like undermining the legitimacy of the Supreme Court. Why should those restrictions be removed? Why should I be able to say the Supreme Court can't make a judgment that's good?
Okay, Speaker, addressing a point wherein we question the legitimacy of the Supreme Court, that comes under the fact that the people have the right to express what they believe. By expressing this particular opinion, they are putting forth to all the public of India that how they believe the Supreme Court is inadequate in some particular area. And this is necessary. People need to know what's happening in their country. They can't just sit unaware of what's happening in the judiciary of the country, because that makes them uninformed to make rational decisions about the country. So I'll be moving ahead with my second substantive on dissent. And dissent is something that is quintessential to democracy. We mean by dissent here that having differing opinions to the status quo or something that's been implemented or something that's in discussion. We believe that dissent forms one of the most integral parts of the democratic system. Why? Because herein we are further substantiating the point in the freedom of speech and expression. People have the right, and it is only natural that in large representative democracies like India, we have dissent, we have differing opinions. And the best example for this, the epitome for this, is our very parliament. Every single person from different parties has different opinions on different agendas. And as a democracy, it is our very right, it is our obligation, that's our duty to accommodate all these views to ensure that our country is implementing the best possible measures. In the same way, when we give the right to dissent, which is basically an integral part of any democratic system, which I'm reiterating here, when we give this particular ability to the citizens, they can put forth their differing opinions, why they are against certain provisions of the judiciary, and they can point out to the public, as I pointed out in that particular point of information as well, they can point out why and where and how the particular judiciary, in their opinion, particular judicial decision, my apologies, has gone wrong in their particular opinion. Now I'll be going ahead with my last substantive on the historical context. Okay, I'll be recognizing that point now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you think that it is important for the Supreme Court of India to bias and independent of the legislature, executive, and by extension, public opinion?
Okay, so from what I understood of the question, the speaker is trying to highlight that the Supreme Court is independent of the legislature and the executive, which is why we do not need these particular laws. And what I would like to explicitly highlight here is the fact that the Constitution is above the Supreme Court and any particular institution in the country. The Constitution is above everything, and when we include something in the Constitution, everyone has to abide by it. Even the Supreme Court is a follower of the Constitution. It implements the principles of the Constitution in the best possible way, and by not allowing the Supreme Court to function effectively, to function without any inherent bias, we are violating the spirit of the Constitution. I'll be going ahead with my last substantive on the topic of the historical context of the Constitution right now. So what I would like to highlight on the proposition side of the house is basically the Constitution is a historical document. It was made in the wake of partition. It was made in the wake of communal violence, which influenced the policies that came into being within the Constitution. The leaders that debated upon the Constitution's policies, the amendments that are proposed, were all in line and in accordance with the particular the situation at hand in the country at that time. Communal violence was something that was very important at that time, which is why this particular right to not criticize and hate speech and all this was included in a very detailed extent. However, what we are telling you on proposition side of the house is that the times are different now. We are in the year 2020. We are not in the year 1947. The situation has changed. The situation has evolved. The situation is no longer focused entirely on communal violence, which is why the law needs to be reformed. The Constitution was made to be a flexible structure and not a rigid body which will not be altered anytime soon. And this Constitution needs to be made more flexible by accommodating these particular rights, which needs to be allotted and given to every single citizen of India to criticize the judicial decisions proposed by the Supreme Court. With that note, I would like to point forth that the judiciary is the guardian of our rights, and we can't let them restrict those very rights. And with that note, I am extremely proud to propose.
We'd like the first speaker from the opposition side to please come up now.
Hang on, just give me a few seconds as I set up. So I'm just facing a few issues. I should be, just give me 2 seconds.
No worries. I'm delighted to welcome Tony with us today. Tony, would you like to give your introduction as Shreyas is setting it up?
Hi everyone, my name is Tony Francis. Very excited to be part of the jury to watch some very exciting debates that are happening. I'm an author, so let me just tell you that debating is very important for authors also because it helps with the antagonists. We say that if our antagonist is good, he can go to heaven and plead his case as to why he should enter the gates of heaven. I've killed people, I've murdered people, but I deserve to enter. So I look forward to some exciting sessions from you guys, and yep, all the very best. Great start. Thank you.
Over to you, Shreyas.
Ladies and gentlemen, in my speech today, I'll be explaining to you why 2 things. One, why we need the independence of the Supreme Court. And second, proving to you that the Supreme Court is indeed independent and unbiased, within reasonable doubt. Before that, I just want to highlight this. We asked a very pointed question to side proposition. We asked them, do you value the independence of the Supreme Court with regards to the legislature, executive, and by consequence, public opinion? They didn't respond to our question. They evaded the question and talked about the importance of the Constitution. And we'll engage with them. We'll tell you why, why our side is actually better in the spirit of the Constitution than their side. Okay? So just these are just points of framing before I engage into my substantive arguments. Another point of framing is that panel recognize that the only value of the Supreme Court is the fact that it's independent. The main purpose of the Supreme Court, literally that's in the Constitution, the reason why this body was created is twofold. One, to act as a check on the legislature and the executive, and two, to interpret the Constitution, to interpret the laws, right? The way the Indian political system is made is the fact that there's going to be a distinguishment and there's going to be independence of the 3 bodies of government, the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. And the judiciary, there's been several steps, fixing salary, guaranteeing tenure, contempt of court laws, so many different steps, right, ensuring that the judiciary is much more likely to be independent and unbiased. And we think this is one of those steps, that is preventing the public from criticizing and producing contempt against this court, right? Now, here's the thing. If you believe that this should not be the case, if you believe that, people should be allowed to protest against the court or dissent, the decisions, or, talk about this essentially means that the public, which is what elects the legislature in the first place, is going to necessarily sway the decision or is going to influence the Supreme Court. If they say that the public won't influence the Supreme Court, then they have no case. Then there's no effect and there's no point of this motion. So necessarily then, the public will have some sort of impact on this Supreme Court. Before I go on, yes, POI.
Even before a case is actually decided and the decision comes out, there is still popular opinion, public opinion about that, and judges have already confessed to the public that popular opinion already holds great grounds in when they're deciding a case.
First of all, I don't know whether which judge said the popular opinion thing, but essentially your point is a fact that the public opinion is going to affect the Supreme Court's decision, right? That's essentially a point. And that's exactly why we think it's so important to not allow this public speech or dissent of the court, because it essentially sways. It does 2 things, right? One, it sways the opinion of the Supreme Court, which is supposed to be independent, and secondly, and more importantly, it undermines the legitimacy of the court, right? One impact of the fact that you undermine the legitimacy of the court is that you no longer have the court being able to act as a proper check on the legislature. It means you just have a free, uncontrolled legislature. The problem is that the legislature becomes judge, jury, and executioner of the laws. That is very problematic. When you don't split that, that leads to authoritarianism, that leads to fascism, when it's only one body that controls all of these aspects. That is one impact of this. The second impact of this, and this is something that my second speaker is going to substantiate even further, is the fact that it basically undermines the legitimacy of any law, because then it loses its universality. That is my second speaker substantive. Okay, now that I'm done with this sort of framing, I want to again talk about what these restrictions really look like, because I think it's important to characterize what is the contempt and like criticism that's being made. Because look, proposition says, we're all for free speech and all of that. Again, I'm not going to deal with that material. That's my second speaker's job. But just on framing, I want to mention the fact that you're also going to necessarily, the way the motion is worded, is also you're going to have to necessarily remove contempt of court laws, which means people can undermine the legitimacy of the court. This is very problematic, right? I'm going to explain for several reasons. Firstly, people in our world, people hold politicians accountable. If they see some law being interpreted by the court, and then they realize, wait, I don't really like this law. I don't like what's happening in my country. What's happening in my country is bad. In our world, what they do is they exercise their direct powers through their representatives in parliament to change the law by passing bills. That is what happens. And even, so this argument about how the constitution is outdated, or it's really old and it needs to evolve to modern times. We can disagree on that or agree on that. But even if we agree on you, the point is the fact that even then, in our world, if you hate the constitution, the fact remains that the public can still amend the constitution. How? By electing legislatures to parliament. The parliament can amend the constitution. If it has a 2/3 majority in the House, they can pass that amendment on the constitution. That still gives the power in the public to amend this constitution. But more on the constitution, because you see, we believe that the whole purpose of the constitution is to have that sort of solid basis, right? Otherwise, there's really no purpose of the constitution, because then you can just have legislature make the laws, interpret the laws, execute the laws. There's no sort of standing, there's no sort of framework. The reason why the constitution exists in the first place is to provide that framework. They either have to agree that that framework is important or not important. We expect a response from them in their next speech. Okay, moving on then to the second part of my extension, right? Why is this independence so important? The independence is important because only if it is independent can it act as a check. If it is not independent, it cannot act as a check. Let me give you an example. Imagine the government controlled all the media and press. The media's function is to act as a check on the government. But now, if the government controls the media cannot act as a check on the government. The Supreme Court is supposed to act as a check on the wrong and arbitrary interpretations of laws decided by the public officials. If now those same public officials become the interpreters and executioners of these laws, it removes the whole aspect and gives them so much power, there is no longer any system of check and balances. Now that I've indicated and explained to you why this independent Supreme Court is important, I want to prove to you that it is in fact independent, because I perfectly expect proposition to come up and talk to us why the Supreme Court is going to make mistakes as well, XYZ problems with the Supreme Court. Look, we essentially say to you that the Supreme Court is much more likely to make less biased and more independent decisions than the Parliament. And it's not just because of the fact that they have law degrees, they have so many years and decades of experience with cases. We're not even making that argument, right? Just because of the way the political system is structured, it necessarily requires a Supreme Court a judge to be elected has to go through so many more steps than a person elected to Parliament, firstly. Secondly, they get, for example, they can't practice after they retire, right? It's just an example. They can't practice after they retire. They have security of tenure and salary. What this means is that they're not accountable to outside corporate interests, right? Whereas this is not, these same protections don't really exist to members of Parliament. So they're much less likely to be corrupt on the Supreme Court, and we really need that to interpret these laws. Let me summarize. What have I told you in this speech? I have told you that their case is essentially contradictory. They need to respond to our arguments, and that the Supreme Court needs to be independent. Why? To act as a check and balance. And it is independent because I can give you, I've given you 3 reasons. There are several more that my second speaker or third speaker can provide if required. With that, I'd like to conclude my speech. Thank you so much. So proud to oppose this motion.
Okay, we do have a rebuttal appeal from Team 2039. Team 2039, this is the format that you follow. A, say their statement again, say yours, and then make a 10-second case of why that was a rebuttal violation. Team 2039, any of you can go ahead. Their statement, your statement, their statement, and your case for why that was a rebuttal violation.
So anyone can go ahead, sir?
Yeah.
Sure. So the first opposition speaker explicitly stated that the historical context of the Constitution can be disagreed upon. However, this is directly contradicting the fact that we proposed the fact that the Constitution, in its historical context, stands for the provisions and the situations that were present at that particular time. And here, the opposition speaker comes up and tells us, no, that's wrong.
Okay, so can I clarify? Is that like a
really short?
Okay, really short. We didn't say anything of the kind. All we said was the fact that, look, we're not going to respond to your argument on the historicity of the Constitution. All we're saying is just one simple fact. In the present, you can amend the Constitution by going to Parliament and passing it. This is unrelated to their argument. It is simply just a single sentence fact about what it is, the basic history fact in your textbook, how we amend the Constitution. That's all that I said.
Okay. So 2039, here's how it works, and 209 for this as well, you as well. So since they are not making any, let's say, additions to the Constitution arguments except their Parliament point, which they somehow also mentioned that they would be exploring more, maybe further, because that was a lot of the part of the framing. So the thing is, we will do one thing. We, of course, cannot tell them that they cannot discuss the Constitution because that is too wide a topic, especially with respect to this debate. So we will not scrap their Constitution point. However, judges, please take a note that you are not to take their point about amendments as standing against constitutions and interpretation points made by the first team. So the first team made points about the Constitution's interpretation. That amendment point in no way stands against it. So you have to look at it in a completely different tangent. So you can take note that they said that point, but you do not take note that it stands completely against that or rebuts that in any way. And does it matter?
Just a question. Our second speaker can make the same point, right?
What?
Just a question. Our second speaker can make the same point, right? It's just that they're not allowed to count my contribution towards it.
Yeah, exactly. So when the second speech starts, they are allowed to have complete information of the first speeches. So they can go right ahead and discuss anything that they want from the first speeches. Since they were mentioned in the first speeches, you can open this topic up in the first, on the second speeches.
Okay.
Should we call the second speaker from the proposition now?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, can I just have a second to switch on the timer, please? Yeah. Do I have the permission to begin?
Yes, you do, Sampada.
Thank you. All right. So what were the two main points that we heard from side opposition in today's debate? First thing, we heard about the independence of the Supreme Court, and I'm going to provide three structural reasons why this is not the case. And secondly, we heard about undermining of the legitimacy of the judiciary. On the first point about the independence of the Supreme Court, we tell you on our side of the house, firstly, the judiciary doesn't exist in a vacuum, right? There are political parties who have huge incentives to influence the judiciary in terms of things like towards their political philosophy. On the second point, like we asked you in a POI, the public opinion is going to influence the judiciary's view anyway, right? The judiciary is going to pass policies that are broadly in line with the public's opinion on controversial issues. And we think that a better way for this to happen is for the people to call out things like the judicial biases towards political parties. And thirdly, we heard this strange supporting argument about how the process of election is rigorous and they have a lot of experience. This doesn't change the fact that they're likely to have political affiliations in the first place, right? Political parties have huge incentives to have judicial leaders on their side who will pass rulings in favor of their ideology. So now that we've structurally proven to you that their independence argument doesn't stand in the real world, it's just a utopian world where suddenly the judiciary exists in a vacuum, on to the second point about undermining the legitimacy of the judiciary. What we tell you is something very simple. The legitimacy is determined by the public's trust in the judiciary, and I'm going to talk to you about this in my substantive about how this policy weakens the judiciary itself. 3 points under this. Firstly, we tell you that the cornerstone of jurisprudence is that you cannot try yourself, right? A simple question to paraphrase is that if the judiciary is watching us, who's watching the judiciary. So we tell you that the judiciary is prone to things like external biases, corruption, and that needs to be called out on some level by the public. We give you countless examples of this, right? In 1973, the emergency, a 5-bench Supreme Court panel was biased towards Indira Gandhi and led to things like the 21-month emergency situation. But secondly, why does this lead to weakening of the judiciary? We tell you that the definition of contempt of court is extremely hazy, which can be interpreted by the judge to silence political opposition. For example, I'm sure all of you would have heard of the Justice Arun Mishra, who's a vocal BJP supporter, right? And he examined a verdict authored by himself, which is against the principles of the Constitution. So the definition of contempt of court as tends to scandalize the court is open to interpretation by individual judges. And we tell you by the characterization, we point out about the likely political affiliations that these judges are going to have that makes things far worse on your side of the house. Before I move on to my third point about people's trust, I would love to take a point of information.
You understand that on your side, you're moving all of the focus away from politicians and onto the court. If you think that the laws are wrong, why don't you tell the lawmakers to change the laws instead of the judges who are following the law?
Right. So what we tell you is that your characterization itself, you yourself talk about how the judiciary is independent and should act as a check to the legislature. So what we're in principle saying is that if the judiciary has these kind of biases, the public should be able to call them out. Very strange question to come from side opposition. The third question about how this weakens the trust of people in the judiciary, and this directly clashes with their argument on the legitimacy, because we tell you that legitimacy is determined by the people. So our world is the one that promotes transparency, where people in their world have the fear of contempt of court, which will lead to blind compliance and not necessarily respect. We think that the people's indignation of things like corruption in the judiciary is going to simmer under the surface, and a prudent example would be Prashant Bhushan's case, where he was wrongly penalized for exercising democratically given rights of the freedom of expression. And we also tell you things like the asymmetry of power between the judiciary and the people would lead to the situation worsening on their side of the house. I think I saw another point of information. I would love to take it, if there is any. No, all right, sorry.
I can ask one if you're fine with it. Shreyas has one.
Sorry, you can go ahead.
Okay, you keep telling us that, hey, look, the courts are corrupt. The courts have this problem, that problem, right? So if the courts are supposed to be independent, do you want political parties to be able to push campaigns on a huge level because contempt of court laws don't exist on your side?
No, we're saying that, all right, two responses to that. Firstly, our side of the house does not promote things like mudslinging and all, like we told you in our first speech about how like hate speech and things like that. We would promote things like an objective analysis with proof that the judge is engaging in things like maybe corruption or having known political affiliations. And on a second level, we discard your characterization that these judiciary exist in sort of a vacuum, that are completely not influenced by political affiliations. And we tell you it gets worse on your side of the house to the point at which contempt of court is like there are restrictions of people in like expressing their point of view against what they think that is a blatant contradiction of the political affiliations that the judge holds. So what have we told you so far in this debate? And I'll just be elaborating quickly on what my first speaker told you. On the point on freedom of speech, we told you two things. Firstly, the principle of democracy is being violated when there are restrictions on what people can say to prove that the judiciary is inherent in the structural deficiencies in the current system that we've told you about. And it's a means of expressing the differing opinions that exist in society. And second, on the historical context of the contempt of court that requires a change in policy and accommodation of the various differing views that could exist in society. And what did I tell you in this debate? I've clearly proven to you why. Firstly, the independence of the Supreme Court is not guaranteed, to the point at which political parties have huge incentives to suppress things like the people's pointing out the political affiliations of judges, like I gave you the example of Arun Mishra, right? Who have incentives to push down the blatant contradictions of the fairness of the judiciary. And secondly, I told you why their argument about undermining the legitimacy of the judiciary doesn't stand. Because in our world, the people still trust the judiciary, still trust the process to the point at which it's transparent and they're allowed to come out and express their opinion. And I've lastly told you that the weakening of the judiciary, but before I explain that, I would take another point. It seems like we have another.
If political parties are going to bias the judiciary so much, wouldn't that just become worse in your world when you remove these restrictions?
No, we're saying that that the people should be allowed to at least express their opinion and let the rest of the country know that this could be a possibility of political affiliations between well-known judges and political parties. Like I told you about Arun Mishra, right? He's a vocal BJP supporter, and in such cases where he passes laws which would be in favor of certain political parties, the public would be able to call out such behavior in our word and wouldn't be able to do so where the BJP would suppress them in your word. And on the weakening of judiciary, we told you three things. We told you that the court simply cannot accommodate for things like the court should accommodate for things like the difference in opinion. And we told you that the definition of contempt of court is open to interpretation, and it is up to the individual judge to file a case of contempt of court. And thirdly, by weakening the trust of the people in the judicial system, by all of the measures I talked about, we are still undermining the legitimacy of the judiciary on their side of the house. For all these reasons, I'm extremely proud to propose.
Would the second speaker from the opposition come up now, please? Shaura, is that you? Are you the second speaker from the opposition?
It's Clarence.
I don't know why things broken because I legit can't see like half the videos on the screen.
For me, I can.
Our second speaker, internet is a little iffy, so.
Yeah, you can just go on audio then.
Because
sorry, StreamYard is actually killing my bandwidth. Okay, sorry about that.
Will this be Clarence, who is the second speaker from the opposition?
Yes, sorry, my computer, my Wi-Fi is awful, which is why I can't have my camera on. I don't.
I think it's perfect. You can just start.
Yeah, sorry about that. Okay. All right, in 3, 2, 1. Panel, the Supreme Courts in a lot of countries exist so that parliaments can't get away with enacting blatantly discriminatory or unconstitutional laws. At the point at which you're removing the gag from the public to basically bully the courts into acceding to these ridiculous demands, ridiculous unconstitutional and discriminatory demands, you're basically removing the court's ability to place any check and balance on legislature. You're removing their ability to be independent, and on these two bases, we're so proud to oppose. Several things in my speech. Firstly, clarifying the model. Second, refutation, and third, several substantives on the source of court legitimacy, the independence of court from public opinion, the jurisprudence, and regional conflict. First of all, let's address the model, right? They keep telling you that mudslinging is not going to occur because hate speech and stuff are going to be removed. First of all, recognize that this motion necessitates that side properties to support the removal of literally all the restrictions. I have not met that burden today. Mudslinging is going to occur because there are incentives to do so. Political parties aren't going to refrain from mudslinging just because Prop says, oh, we don't want you to mudsling. That's going to happen. There are incentives for certain political parties to oppose the legitimacy of the courts because the courts keep stopping their blatantly unconstitutional laws from going through in the first place, right? So they have the incentive to start campaigns to rile people up against the legitimacy of the Supreme Court. That's what's going to happen on their side of the house. They haven't necessarily defend that, right? Second of all, they did concede in their first and second speeches that they conceded in their speeches that it's important for the judiciary to be independent. But what they support on their side is actually, forcing the judiciary to kneel to the court of public opinion and to kneel to the court to the whims of the legislature, right? Two things that our side supports the judiciary being independent from through several mechanisms. I'll explain that later. Shreyas already explains to you why the courts remain independent when they are, when they're free from having their legitimacy attacked on baseless grounds by the general public, who are who generally do not appreciate the idea of jurisprudence, right? But let's address some substantive refutations. First of all, we get two major things from Prop 1, right? Prop 1 tells you that freedom of speech is important and that you need to express what's wrong with the judiciary. First of all, recognize the fact that if objective analysis of judge misconduct happens in Parliament with a proper structure, right? Like, if a judge is doing something bad, it's going to necessarily be addressed through proper institutional structures. There are recourses for this. I don't think that any intelligent court system would have been designed without some kind of mechanisms to make sure that the judges aren't, blatantly being bribed or blatantly or taking under the table deals with political parties, right? Where that's probably a better way than for people to write inflammatory op-eds about how certain judges are expressing some kind, even the slightest political leaning means that they're not legitimate as judges. The fact is that mechanism 1 has some kind of limit, mechanism 2 doesn't, which is why mechanism 1 is definitely better. But second of all, we can call it the judiciary without undermining its place in society. We never said, recognize the fact that we never said that op doesn't necessarily have to defend that op doesn't have to defend there being absolutely no criticism of the judiciary, right? You're allowed to say that the judiciary have made a wrong decision in a court case without mudslinging. You can say that without saying the Supreme Court needs to be abolished, or or the judges don't deserve to be on the Supreme Court in the first place. You can question a judge's decision without saying that they're fundamentally incompetent as a judge, right? The thing is that when you undermine the legitimacy of the Supreme Court, that's when it needs to be stopped for several major reasons. Before I go on to take a POI,
right? So
yeah, from anyone.
Okay.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
According to the fundamental duties enshrined in the Indian Constitution, you cannot indulge in activities or speech which incites, riles up people for rebellion against any organs of the government, which include the judiciary, and you cannot also indulge in mudslinging. So that would mean a case against that person on that notion.
Yeah, okay. Recognize the fact that there is a very, very high bar for people to meet for it to be considered as illegal mudslinging, right? When you remove all restrictions, that necessarily means you're removing restrictions on maybe inflammatory content, but not content can be extremely inflammatory without being illegal under current law. So you still have to defend writing op-eds suggesting that judges are incompetent or that the Supreme Court shouldn't hold as much of a position as it should be, right? The law says that you can't outright advocate for if you don't ban mudslinging, you're not changing anything essentially. But second of all, they tell you that Constitution comes above everything, right? They tell you that it's a flexible structure and not a rigid body. We're just going to contend completely with that idea because recognize that the Constitution provides the basis for which the rest of Indian law is going to be based on, right? If you have it, you can change the rest of Indian law, but changing the Constitution just makes the entirety of the Indian jurisprudence extremely unstable, right? They tell you that the reason for this being flexible is that laws need to change. Then change the laws, not the way they're interpreted. Call your you're literally. The fact is that pressuring politicians to write laws differently is much more effective than pressuring your judges to interpret the laws differently, right? For several major reasons. First of all, that's going to be addressed in my third point about jurisprudence. First of all, courts derive their legitimacy from the public believing the idea that the jurisprudence of the Supreme Court is infallible, that the court structure has proper recourses when they're needed, right? So if criticism is allowed, essentially so that the court can't be relied on, and courts therefore lose their legitimacy, right? So it's much more likely for judges to be attacked, for judges to be attacked if the people believe that the court system is not to be trusted, right? So judges are going to be slandered based on their alleged political views for things that they might not even have done, right? So and this leads to several harms, right? But first of all, recognize the fact, like, when the judiciary is subject to the court of public opinion, the legislature can manipulate it to buck the check and balance that the judiciary has on it, right? So political parties can weaponize public sentiment by mounting campaigns that oppose the legitimacy of the only thing that can check their power, right? Which leads to essentially political abuse. Judges, therefore, are incentivized to grovel to, you know, political parties to legitimacy back in the public eye. That's bad. Like, that's bad as a fiat, right? But second is the idea of jurisprudence. Jurisprudence and common law are the basis for which the judiciary is a separate institution, right? Because it's a unique mechanism that defines them out of the legislature and out of the executive, right? Jurisprudence dictates that how you decide cases now is how you just decide cases in 20 years. So the public is going to pressure the judiciary to decide a law one way now and another way the next day, right? Which essentially means that the entire mechanism by which the judiciary is independent is just going to erode. That just defeats the entire purpose that Prob wants to win this debate on, right? But finally, recognize the fact that India needs a final say on regional politics, and this is where the judiciary is the most important, right? Because recognize the fact that India, as an extremely diverse country, is going to have regional political conflicts. You're going to have parties that represent certain groups and not others, and these parties come into conflict with each other. This leads to sectarian and communal violence, which, you know, like, Pro can see that communal violence is bad, right? Well, it still happens, but the thing that can stop it is the judiciary creating, like, one big decision that is literally binding and that is, like, trusted by the rest of society. To conclude, the judiciary needs to be independent and binding. So proud to oppose.
Okay, to just give a note to everybody, Clarence was given about 15 seconds extra on her speech because of Aaron's and Clarence's connection issues.
Aaron, can you please unmute yourself?
Yes.
Sure.
All right. So in this debate, what we could see all this while was that we had certain absurd notions coming from side opposition, and basically I'll just sum up the debate like this. All right. So there were two major clashes in this debate. Which side of the house is ensuring that democracy is propagated in India? And secondly, which side of the house is ensuring that the judiciary in itself is more accountable, right? So on both sides, side proposition has clearly won, and I'll show you exactly how, right? So firstly, we had side proposition, my prime minister coming up here and telling us about how we have certain articles under Article 12 to Article 35, which clearly elaborate on our articles about fundamental duties and fundamental rights, right? So we have the fundamental right for freedom of speech, as my prime minister clearly stated. And with that, however, comes also the duties that we cannot do mudslinging, we cannot do defamation, we cannot do any sort of speech which can rile up people to rebel against the government. However, side opposition comes up here with this absurd notion saying that, oh, but we can't have mudslinging cases. So on that note, we must realize that there are like countless defamation cases put forth against politicians all the time on that note itself. So let us understand here for one thing that the Constitution is usually, and most of the time, unless when the judiciary is politically affiliated, is always interpreted like that. So we can always bring up such cases, right? Moving on, we also have the fact that we have a lot of dissent in our democracy, because Indians, as it is, we usually have dissenting opinions, right? And all that, if we're actually going to be talking about, as my deputy prime minister stated, if we're actually going to be gagging them, we're going to have the Supreme Court try itself for cases on itself, then that would basically be violating the fundamental cornerstones of jurisprudence in general, because justice and the judiciary is based on the fact that we actually have one person not trying himself. You can't try yourself. So on that note, however, we saw no whatsoever rebuttal coming from side opposition. Anyway, moving on, side opposition tells us about this this topic about public dissent, manipulating the judgment, etc. Very, very harsh words, right? However, let us realize one thing. There is always public opinion coming out from one place or the other before the judgment all the time, all right? So if we have the Ram Temple case, we have like 500 debates going on every news channel about what the judgment of the Supreme Court should be. And if we're just going to say that we're going to ignore all of that and say, oh yes, like my Deputy Prime Minister stated, put the judiciary in some sort of vacuum, then that isn't going to work, because they're trying to compare their ideal case with our real world case, which clearly cannot make sense anyway. I'll take a point now.
If all of these Articles 19 and all of these restrictions exist, and you're not going to remove like restrictions on mudslinging or like contempt of court, what exactly is it that you on proposition are changing?
All right, glad you asked that question, right? So on side proposition, what we're exactly changing is the fact that we have a certain hazy misinterpretations and interpretations of the contempt of court law, right? And on that, what we're basically doing is we're allowing them to speak dissent against judicial decisions which are taken. For example, if you have the Ram Temple case, you might have people coming up with, oh, the judicial decision was biased, or oh, the judicial decision shouldn't have been taken like this. It should have been taken somewhere else, like maybe we could have had a university there, whatever, right? So on that point, what you have to understand is that side proposition is basically talking to you about removing those restrictions which ban analytical and rational ways, means of dissenting against the court, right? Moving on to the other clashes, right? So they talk to us about how we're undermining the legitimacy of the judiciary, right? Which we clearly disproved in our Deputy Prime Minister's speech, but I will state it again. So what exactly the point here is that we're actually giving the judiciary one sort of weapon, one sort of way that it can actually embolden trust within the people. And how are we doing that exactly? What we're exactly doing is that we're empowering the people to give them dissent. We're actually giving them judicial accountability. Because if the judiciary is actually politically linked or associated, like Justice Arun Mishra's case has pointed out my Deputy Prime Minister, then what we're empowering the people is that we're empowering the way to point that out and say, oh, this judicial decision might have been biased, right? And what we're doing here is we're not trying to make them rile up and rebel against anyone, etc., in any sort of way. What we're essentially doing is we're basically allowing them to dissent. We're showing them analytically, rationally, logically, how has this case been biased. Moving on, they talk to us about how they have to kneel to the whims before, primarily because of the fact that we actually have public opinion being discussed even before a judgment. Moving on, they talk to us about how mudslinging standards are high, etc., which again we've already rebutted primarily because of the fact that there are countless cases of defamation against these legislators. Now, coming to one more point which side opposition seems to think as their cornerstone, right? Which is to say that the legislative will come and change the constitution, amend it, etc. On that point, I must show to you that the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister already stated that the judiciary isn't independent in the first place. So even if this amendment of constitution takes place, you need 2/3 majority for that. And if you already have 2/3 majority for even impeaching a judge, for that matter, the government will already be in power. So what we're essentially talking about is if there's a judge who is supporting the government right now, he's probably not going to be impeached anytime soon anyway, primarily because the government already has a majority. And even if it's in the chance that it has a 2/3 majority, it is not going to impeach him because he was supporting them. All right. On that note, I'll just sum up the debate like this, right? Prime Minister brought up our points about how we have dissent, we're actually helping freedom of speech, expression, and we're actually emboldening people and giving them the ability to provide. And Deputy Prime Minister told us about how it's essential for jurisprudence and the hazy misinterpretations of contempt of court. And on that basis, I am very proud to propose. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aryan. On that note, I'd request the last speaker from the opposition to please come up now.
Okay, just want to confirm, am I clear? And audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes.
Okay. Give me a second. Okay. Judge, what proposition is telling you is that after this debate ends and you make a decision on who wins, one of us or both of us should be able to say that judge was not even capable of judging a debate. That judge had no idea what they were doing, and this decision is thus moot. The thing is that generally, because of decency, we agree that a judge should not be questioned for the interpretation of the law. The law can be questioned. Perhaps you can criticize the decision at the end of the day, but you can't say the court system as a whole is completely invalid, right? The POI we asked them was really, really important. Because in the status quo, everything proposition said, right? The judges are horrible, they were political bias for Arun Mishra and so forth. People say that anyway. What are you changing on your side? There's nothing at all. What you are changing is the contempt of court laws, which are about mudslinging, about political campaigns, about things say the court itself is bad. They cannot squirrel this debate by looking at things that already exist and be like, they're so important. If they already exist, you're not changing anything. So that's where I would like to talk about the framing of this debate. There are 5 points that are factually true that this debate operates under and proposition is tried to constantly ignore. First point, the Supreme Court of India is the only institution every single political party and every single person in this country accedes to. When BJP makes a decision, Congress can say you're stupid and vice versa. But when the Supreme Court makes a decision, everyone shuts up and listens. Even if they criticize it, they follow the law. First thing. Second thing, judges are personally required to be unbiased. Even if proposition says they are biased, the purpose of a court is that they are unbiased. Even if they are biased in the world, the question here is who makes them more biased, us or them? At that point, you need to understand that framing. Third point, judges only interpret the law. They don't make it. What they make the decisions based on is the legislature. Fourth point, the laws that apply to the public, these laws on their side will only change things like slander, public campaigns, and so forth. Their hate speech points don't stand. If you ever start an Indian news channel, people are criticizing politicians in the worst possible ways. Look at what's happening to Riya Chakrabarti right now. There are many harmful attacks on people, and these hate speech laws are not going to stop people from criticizing the court. And fifthly, controversial conflicts are only solved by the court. If Hindus and Muslims have issues and there are riots in the country, they do not listen to Mohammad Owaisi and they don't listen to Narendra Modi, but they will all listen to the Supreme Court because they accede to its power. Thus, on these 5 points of framing is where you should judge this debate. Now, there has only been one major substantive positive impact that prop might give you if they win: democracy and free speech. First, I'll tackle that. But secondly, the rest of the debate, they've been on the defensive, saying our points don't really make sense and trying to mitigate our case. I'll push that forth in my second part. Firstly, democracy and free speech, right? The first point is, look, you can criticize the decisions of the Supreme Court on our side. You can do that on our side as well. It exists in the status quo. If you saw the Sabrimala case, you saw the debates that happened, they're not achieving anything. Secondly, they say you can dissent, right? You can't dissent against the court because the purpose of the court is to do what the parliament legislates and interpret it. And secondly, keep a check on the parliament based on the constitution. You dissent against the judges. You're saying don't follow the thing that we themselves put it into place, right? What's the point? Dissent against parliament. That's what we told you over and over again. You have a problem with Narendra Modi. Why are you going after Arun Mishra, right? Go after the laws that he put in place. So we think that if they really want democracy, then they would look at what the constitution wanted in the first place. Dissent against the legislature, not the judiciary. Thirdly, they tell us, look, the constitution is a historical document. There were different things in history and now it doesn't apply and all that, right? Firstly, half of their arguments depend on constitutional principles. The third speaker came and mentioned articles. I don't know why you think it's so useless in only one point. But secondly, you can change the constitution. You can amend it. If you said 2/3 majority is too much, then that's probably a good thing. Maybe the constitution is an important document. Thirdly, they tell us that the historical point is important because, hey, look, if the constitution is something that does not necessarily apply today, then the interpretation should also change, right? That's a good point. But the question then is, do those interpretations have to be decided by the majority of people or the people we selected to interpret in the first place? At that point, they miss the whole point of the constitution. If they care so much about the principles that our founding fathers held, they'd let experts who have been selected specifically for this job make the decisions free from bias, right? Now, this is their entire positive case. The only benefits prop gave you, the only thing they can provide you, completely taken down. Everything else is just mitigating our harms, right? Now, let's look at our harms. We told you, firstly, there's no checks or balances in the legislature. They never really responded to this, right? They never told us how we're going to check the parliament if the judge can't do anything, right? So we tell you, this is first of our impacts, the most strong. When the government can make a decision and follow it through And the judges can then say, okay, let's say we bar it, right? The judges make a decision, your law is wrong. Then the government can say, well, it's completely fine to oppose it. There's no restrictions on this. The party can also say it's completely fine to oppose it. BJP makes a decision. RSS is not government. It says, okay, well, the court decision was stupid. We don't really want to follow it. What incentive does it have to then follow that decision? Right? We told you over and over there'll be abuse. No response. Why wouldn't they abuse it? That's their incentive. They're the government. They want to do what they planned. I'll take your POI now. Please hurry up.
All right. So I'm asking, why would you say that the judiciary? Why are you accepting that the judiciary is in a vacuum where everyone is unbiased when all your points are standing on the same basic notion that all these judicial judges, etc., are unbiased and
the
don't
independence of the judiciary, which is my second point. So thank you. Anyway, so my second point is about the independence of the judges, right? We give you three reasons. Firstly, a rigorous selection process. Okay, they just threw it away. They were like, no, these judges are not capable. They have bias, right? So firstly, they can't ignore it. They never addressed it. So with that point stands. Secondly, we told you, look, there's a security of tenure. You can do whatever you want in court. Your decisions are not going to get you murdered on the street, unlike a politician, which means you can make decisions independently. No response. Thirdly, all of our points said, look, you have protection from slander, which you take away. They gave us three reasons that there is bias in the real world, right? Three reasons. Firstly, public opinion already exists. Okay, so what? You're making it worse because you allow for campaigns, right? If you think it's a problem, then why are you increasing it? Secondly, they told us, okay, political bias already exists with judges. Okay, so what? You don't want biases in individuals in the first place. The thing is that these biases are recognized, and when people like you come up and say, Arun Mishra have no idea what they're talking about, they can do it anyway, right? But they can't do campaigns. That's the difference. Okay. Thirdly, we told you so many reasons about why judges have to remain independent, because the thing is that their entire job in life is based around the law, right? They're people who have completely dedicated their life to the constitution and the word of the law and the letter of the law. And secondly, they can be overturned. Let's say the Supreme Court makes a decision at a certain point, even like a different court can then like later on say, okay, we interpret it differently. That'll be brought back up to the Supreme Court. So they have checks and balances within the judicial system. So your accountability is useless on your side. And finally, we gave you the actual impacts on our side. What happens? There are communal riots in the real world that are already happening, right? When Ram Janmabhoomi is not decided by the Supreme Court, or it's decided and people question it anyway, people keep fighting. At this point, at least India has kind of calmed down about this debate because the Supreme Court gave its verdict. The only thing we're saying is we legally challenge it, but we're not going to beat people up because we think that they're wrong, right? Because the Supreme Court is something we trust. They lose that on their side. They lose resolution to conflict. They lose legitimacy. They lose any seriousness of the law and verdict, and they gain nothing because their free speech is marginal and pointless. On that, please keep the courts independent. I beg you to oppose.
Okay, with that, we're done with all 6 speakers. Now, all 3 judges will just briefly give their feedback as much as they can without giving away anything. So, ma'am, sir, would you like to start?
Neha.
Yeah, thank you so much, all 6 speakers. I think all of you were exquisite in your own way. Clarence still trying to make his way despite the connection issues, but I felt that both sides were very well represented. Quite awakening for me. Like, I was going from one side to the other, and irrespective of what the decision is, you've all done a phenomenal job. To all those people who are watching us, you're not aware about what these kids have been going on since yesterday. So they started with multiple rounds yesterday, and there were about 300 of them, and these 6 of them have got this far. And I'm so proud of each one of you and your incredible efforts. I must highlight the aspect about how well researched this debate was, and I had such a wonderful time judging all of you. The premise primarily being the importance and significance of public speaking and the right way of delivering your points, not the current way, how what we watch on all sorts of news media. And it sort of brings back my belief in the system of debating and the way and the whole point of putting your points forth in the right way. So on that note, I'd like to congratulate all of you. I would like to specially mention School of Meaningful Experiences and the entire team, which has been at the forefront and just trying to execute it perfectly. And they've been doing a phenomenal job. They've been up for almost 36 hours now, trying to get things in place. And thank you so much, team School of Meaningful Experiences, for setting this up. Thank you so much, Professor Rakesh Godwani, who's spearheading the whole mission, for bringing this concept back into the Indian system and putting it out even in this virtual world today. I had an amazing time this weekend judging all of you, and thank you so much. Wishing both the teams all the very best. And it's really, I wouldn't say it's about may the best person win. I think it's more about who delivered it better. So, on that note, I'd hand it over to Tony, and thank you so much once again for this opportunity.
I think Neha, you summed it up so well. For me, it was more of the fact that there was no deviation from the topic. You just stuck to the topic, each side, and just fought your way through. Not only are you guys great speakers, you guys are fabulous listeners, because in all this, you're also listening to what the other person is saying, and with the kind of rebuttals that happened, and taking those rebuttals with a lot of courage and answering them. I think that was something which I thought was absolutely mind blowing. And to end with, I think there was passion dripping out of your fingertips. Each of you all just were out there, believed in what you actually said. It wasn't from a space of negativity. It was completely, I believe in this, and this is what I have to say. And that just came through. Absolutely stunned with what I just experienced with Neha completely. And Fabia, all the best to you guys.
Yeah, even me, like the same things, but like I can't begin to describe how intricate the wordplay was there. So, like, just a few examples. Even Shaurya just picking up, oh, you're a judge. Would you like if we came to you and said, hey, your decision's wrong? So, very, very good rhetoric there. And like, I really like those points about political debates because it started out saying, hey, so you know what? If you allow people to challenge Supreme Court decisions, then political parties are going to come up and say and lead these propagandas against the court. They won't let them function. And then how intricately the other team tried to turn it and say, oh, you know what? They are already biased. So if you don't let the public speak against them, then you let them stay in that bias. And then the other try to spin it again. That was such excellent wordplay on both teams. So amazing. That was so much fun to hear. So amazingly well done. Avantika and Rakesh really don't want us to tell us the results or give away anything at all. So for all three of us, we'll find some way to contact all of you. And if you want detailed individual feedbacks in general about the debate, you can feel free to message us, or maybe we'll organize a Zoom call. So we're over to Avantika now.
Yeah, thank you so much, Neha ma'am and Tony sir, and also Pragyan. It was like a wonderful, mind-blowing discussion, and we were literally glued here, and we were not doing any of our backstage work. We were completely into the debate. Both teams, you guys are literally awesome. Amazing rebuttal appeals we heard. So thank you so much. And we will have a closing ceremony at 6:30 p.m. and they will announce the winner after a panel discussion. So please join us over YouTube. So yeah, it was a nice experience with all of you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. On that note, we'll take your leave. Again, it was gripping, it was enjoyable, and I thoroughly enjoyed this weekend. So thank you so much once again.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of you guys. See you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you at the closing.
Thank you.
Okay, so guys, we will be live here. So if you want to go and take a quick break, you can go, take your break and come back to the same link. We'll be live till 6:30 when we'll start our panel discussion. So same link, same place. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. We are about to start our grand finale award ceremony for Debato 2020. I am so excited, and I'm sure all of you are excited as well. And in a few minutes, I'm going to introduce my panelists, and we'll get prepped up and we'll get ready to announce our Debato 2020 winners for both Hindi and English. And let me invite my panelists. Avantika, where are my panelists for today? And I would love to meet them and invite them one by one. Good evening, Janaka.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Great.
Loud and
Thank you. Hi, lovely to be here, Rakesh.
likewise. And I have Ira Sisodia. Hi, Ira.
Hi, hello. So wonderful to be here.
Absolutely. And I have Simran Godwani also there with me. Hi, Simran.
Hello. I'm so happy to be here.
Thank you very much. And I have my dear friend Saurabh Tandon as well. Saurabh, can you hear us? You're on mute.
Yes, I can, loud and clear. Good
All
evening,
right.
everyone.
Okay. So, good evening, everyone. I think this weekend has been a crazy roller coaster, but all is well when it all ends well. And we have our students, participants, and everybody eagerly waiting, but they have to wait because this is your time now. I think all of you have been amazing supporters. So, for the benefit of everyone out there, let me introduce my panelists. Janaka Pushpanathan is the director of British Council South India. I have known her for the last 10 years, not only as a dear friend, but also as a alumna of IIM Bangalore. And it's a delight to have you. Thank you for coming, Janaka.
Thank
And
you, Rakesh.
my next panelist is Ira Sisodia from Jodhpur. Ira and I go back as family friends. Her younger brother was my batchmate, Vikas. And we have, as a family, grown very close together. And Ira is the curator of one of the finest literature fests for children in the world, and it is called Kitabo. And it has the most beautiful curated
I like
people.
the superlative.
But I know you will never say it, so I will say it. And it is truly the best literature fest for children worldwide. So thanks a lot for joining us. And we actually did Debato, the first edition at Kitabo last year. So I'm all the more close to Kitabo and the team who let us do this. And we have the second edition of Debato today. So Ira had to be there.
Wonderful.
Our next panelist for the day is Saurabh Tandon. Saurabh is a COO and co-founder of The Better Place and is coming with rigor, with all kinds of information because he has traveled around the world and also his family happens to be a member on the board and investor at School of Meaningful Experiences. And I'm very happy that he is with us on this panel. And last not least, my wife Simran and the co-founder of School of Meaningful Experiences, who also is not only a co-founder at the institution, but also runs a Kathak dance school called Krishala Dance Academy. So here is my question to all of you, and I would like to have a quick discussion on that. We, I think, want to talk more about debating, public speaking, oratory, and encourage our youngsters and teenagers out there who are listening live to us. So what I want to talk to you, and we'll start with you, Janaka. What are those one or two suggestions you could give to our learners out there on debates? And if you can also talk about the debates that we see, which is around us, television debates and group discussions that we sometimes be a part of. What are those one or two things that these youngsters should be prepared for to ready for this new world?
Right. I mean, those are great questions, Rakesh. And I think some of us, I mean, most of us are trying to find answers to these questions as we go through such extraordinary times that we are in. I mean, we are in such unprecedented times. And I think some of the work that we're doing at the British Council, for instance, is exactly sort of, how can we then prepare our young people to be able to face the multiple challenges in today's very connected world. And your question on, how do you prep for debates, or how do you prepare for anything, any conversation? I think what's helped at least me in my growing up years, as well as I think what I see now that we are doing at the British Council, is I think one big thing is, can we be very authentic? Can we be very true to what we are saying and doing? I think maintaining that authenticity, sometimes which young people are not able to see very sadly in the external environment that we are growing up in. But I think if you're able to maintain that sense of authenticity, any conversation will become, I mean, could become more meaningful and more mindful, if you will, right? So I think as a mindfulness practitioner, I feel that the one thing that we might all need to collectively do as a group, and also encourage our younger generation to do, is, I think, just stay true, be authentic, be a little more mindful. And also, I think listening in debates, I think it's so important to listen to each other, to be able to have that authentic conversation. And that's something that we try to do with our young learners programs. And it's lovely to meet the other panelists, and Ira and Simran. I've heard so much about you all, but I think, and Saurabh. So I think for me, the big quality would be, if you ask, top quality would be authenticity. And also, how do you gain trust through conversations, through debates? How can we then gain trust? That would be probably two big qualities that I would like for all of us to reflect on, embody, and also for our younger generation. The other question you had about debates that are going on around us, and your topic of debates on television, or whatever else happens around us. I think, like in a competition, I'm sure in Debato you had some ground rules, there were frameworks that people had to follow and stuff like that. But unfortunately, maybe in television debates, or real world debates, we really don't have those ground rules. It's how we want to play. The playbook is pretty much yours personally. So, which is why I feel organizations, or even like Ira's festival Kitabo, or what Simran is doing in her dance school, or what you are doing with some, and what we are doing at British Council, our work is so much more important in these times, where we are able to sort of allow children to explore, at the same time give them those broad frameworks which they can then sort of convert into their own and own them, and then sort of start conversing in these debating platforms, or actually in conversations with each other as well, right? So I think, and there are some really good examples out there. I was watching a couple of debates on television, which are very good. Of course, you end up watching some which completely throw you off balance as well. But I think if we maintain that quality of authenticity and also be a little more mindful, then perhaps these debates will become more meaningful, productive, and in the end achieve what it's supposed to achieve.
Thank you very much, Janaka. Saurabh, you have traveled around the world, you have studied abroad, you also studied in India, and then you worked in many countries. You would have experienced different styles of communication and speaking across the board. And you also nowadays operate and run the Better Place. What are those one or two things you think are issues lacking in our Indian education system, because of which the communication of our youngsters is very, very low? And what would be your advice for all of them?
Sure. Again, thanks for having me on this conversation. Just by profession, I'm a data scientist. I spend a lot of time, just looking at data to drive, decision making. Whether it was abroad, I spent about 10 years on Wall Street, and then more recently, last 8 years, I've been in India. Companies like News Sigma, etc. I think a couple of perspectives, if I may. Right? One of the things which I see clearly, I'm sure this will not surprise anyone on this panel, is the ability to listen I find is increasingly non-existent, if I may put it that way. It feels like, especially when you see debates, obviously, most of us spend a lot of time watching those on TV, but if we do, it just feels like people are just there to make a point of view. As Janaka rightly put it out there, it seems like the outcomes are pre-decided, and then it's just about driving that agenda and getting to a particular output. The role of moderator, unfortunately, has become someone who's coming with the agenda into these conversations, versus trying to set a level playing field for folks to have different points of views, which is the whole the fun part of the debate, and then just moderating that the right way. So I think those are typically challenges that we've seen. I also believe, just that's my own natural bias, being a data scientist, I don't see a lot of data being applied into conversations and debates, which is okay. I think if your points of views are well thought through, maybe you can do away with citing data and stuff like that. But I think increasingly in the world where there's so much data, it helps you form conversations, and I see that clearly lacking. In fact, I have a thesis when I do see one of these debates once in a while. The guy who's the quietest is the one I'm betting will probably add some value in the conversation, assuming he gets an opportunity to speak, of course. Education system, I think just one single thing, and this is something which I debate with my wife as well. We've got 2 young daughters. She spends a lot of time making sure they do their homeworks and all of that stuff. My perspective is very different. The less we interfere, I believe, the better they'll turn out. I think our education system, and we learned this in Mu Sigma, where we started hiring people right after 10th and 12th. We tried to create a program where we said we don't want them to become engineers and all of that stuff. Get them early, because what we found is we have to first spend time making them unlearn the stuff they have learned for them to be productive, at the workplace. And then when we looked into it deeply, why that's happening, I think our education system increasingly kills the curiosity of children. It becomes all about knowing the answer rather than learning to ask the right question. And I'm starting to see some of that come through. I was just reading some of these changes they're making in the syllabus, for example. So it was nice to hear they're actually thinking about it from that perspective. But that's one advice I just tell people. I value people based on the quality of questions they can ask, less so about the answers, because the answers are all available on Google and Wikipedia. So it doesn't take a lot to find the answer. But I think that's something which I hope to see. And it's nice to see the younger generation. I passed out in 2001. When I see the kids around today, they don't accept the status quo. They're asking a lot of questions. They push you, and I think so. From that perspective, I'm pretty happy to see that flow through. Yeah.
Excellent. Love the views that you shared and echo with, I think, all of us here. Ira, you were also a debater, I remember. So was Vikas, and very strong in debating. I remember St. Patrick's, Jodhpur, St. Paul's, St. Anne's, and Mahesh School, and
It sounds
usually
ancient.
it does sound ancient. But you also work with a variety of projects, from sciences to arts to curation of events and festivals. And you deal with a lot of people, both from small towns to large cities. Um, if there is this one or two things that you have seen either decline or improve in debating throughout the years, what are those one or two things that you observe that you could share with our listeners?
Yeah, so as Fitzgerald said, that the test of a first-rate intelligence is the ability to hold two opposed ideas in mind at the same time and still retain the ability to function. So I feel debating, that is why I think I was very keen that we begin on Debato at Kitabo. Debating is a beautiful platform which teaches you to persuade, how to present clearly, and how to connect with an audience, most importantly. And in order to do that very effectively, I think you need to learn the art of in-depth research in a very small frame of time, because resources, when you are asked to, are very limited and the time is limited. And for that, you need to have critical thinking and clear understanding of the concept. Now for that, I think I come back to Kitabo, and I think you can only deliver this with good language primarily, which comes from reading. And I would suggest these days, most children, I mean, they are reading, but I think they need to read mindfully, whichever way it be. Not needn't necessarily be books, but to indulge mindfully into anything that they're listening, hearing, or reading. That's my take on that. That this, I feel, is missing at times. They're very quick, superficially, because access to information is really easy. They're able to do it and deliver it because they're far more confident than we used to be. That's one shift that you can clearly see. If you remember, in those days, most of us would get onto the stage and maybe forget. These days, you don't see that happening because they will end up delivering something. That's one thing. And the other thing that I feel, that my primary perception is that debates are a great democratic tool where people can access to know what the candidates stand for, what their policies in mind are, and things like that, and who they really are. But what we see in the present day scenario is, which is what I think makes us question and talk why TV debates. What you see today are more, they are more like gladiator fights on television, where you're ready to kill or get killed. So what we can debate on today is that we can have less toxic and strategically engineered debates on television. That's my primary concern.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you just got all of us at the word toxic. I think that's the word which aptly summarize what happens on televisions, and it just goes on. And yeah, you're right. Somebody has to really do something about it, because I feel our children observe this and then they absorb wrong things faster than the right things.
That's true.
Yeah, so I think over time sense will prevail, but I fully agree that I think good reading is the foundation of good thinking and good articulation. And it need not be just English, it could be any language. It could be
That could be
Hindi,
any language. Yeah,
yeah,
true.
it could be Tamil, Bengali, any language, but the foundations are to really read, which I think is going down drastically, and Kitabo and many more festivals
I think
are
something
doing.
that sets you thinking is what I meant.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. My last question to Simran. Simran, you are a Kathak exponent. You work a lot with children. I think you've been running Krishala Dance Theatre for more than a decade, and you still continue to learn the art form. You are a big believer of movements and confidence. So, demystify to our learners and listeners how important is arts, movements, theatre for confidence, communication, and life.
Okay, thank you for having me, and greetings to all the young leaders who are watching and is a part of the event today. One of the first things I would say is that, when you are talking, even talking is a kind of movement. You're using your mouth and expressing whatever you have, and in the process of debate you're also using your hand, your body language. So the knowledge of your body and how comfortable you're with your body, your mind, your the how you're able to communicate using your body language is very important, and that's where movement arts come into being. But with respect to debate, let me come back to the main focus. Like Janaka and Ira and Saurabh, all of them put it together, that one of the most important things is that you need to know your content, and you need to have facts. Okay, and where and how will the young generation of today learn these? Where will they learn all these? You know, to how to bring together this particular all these aspects, and that is where School of Meaningful Experiences come. And School of Meaningful Experiences can teach you, and this is. Here we will teach you everything, and I think Rakesh is going to be very instrumental, and I think he can lead the young force of today to the next uh, level, and can help them in this particular journey. And I think that's all I want to say for today.
All right, thank you very much. So 6:53, time to get our panelists and all of us decide the winners. Actually, the winners have been decided. We have to announce the winners. I think that's very important. And my colleagues will now stage a little bit of StreamYard tricks. So what we'll do is I'm going to project my screen where the winners will be listed. We will announce in the order second runner-up, first runner-up, and the winner for Hindi, and then English. And in the next few minutes, you should be able to know them. And we have invited some of them, so I hope their team leaders are here. They still don't know the exact announcement, so they're also on pins and needles. But if we can get them, I'd like to bring a few of them. So my panelists will take you back. You just have to be there, and then the students will come, and then we'll bring you back inside. So just hold on. And Avantika, are you ready for this? Okay, so we are taking away our panelists. This means I'm all alone, but my panelists are behind. And I'm going to now share my screen. And we will divulge and tell you the winners of Debato 2020, second runner-up, first runner-up, winner of Hindi first, and the same second runner-up, first runner-up of English. So are you guys ready? Because I am super ready. I'm so happy. Now, before we kind of announce the winners, I think it's important for all of you to know the scale of our work that we did. It was a fantastic effort. It had its glitches. I think we learned a lot. We had about 100 plus teams, and we had to close registration 2 days before. So there were about 138 teams who signed up. We had to turn away the remaining 38 teams. Each team has 3 members, so there are 300 participants. Roughly, there were 84 English teams and 16 Hindi teams. And we had about 110 judges who volunteered for the entire trials on 5th. So 5th was a heavy day for us. And we had really worked on a very nice system which could pre-program everybody to 50 breakout rooms. But there was a serious tech glitch because of which at least 40 or 50 students and 20, 30 judges had a very hard time. And we're very sorry for that. After 200 people were slotted in the breakout rooms, the Zoom breakout thing just crashed. So we had to manually put people. It was a nightmare. Except for one student, everybody else got a debate. We promised 3 motions but could do only 2 because of the serious tech problem and the humongous effort. I want to recognize few names who really have been working for the last 72 hours non-stop on this entire event to bring to this level. Savar, Pragyan, and Peter, they are our interns and freshmen at Berkeley. They are debaters themselves, and they really worked hard to get this entire parliamentary debate to this level. My colleagues Avantika and Ruben, fantastic effort from all the back end, along with my other colleagues Anuja, Sudha, Bas, Gayatri, and Colonel. I think as a team, we have really matured very well, and I'm very happy to see how this is taking shape. I also would like to recognize 3 institutions who gave us their second year MBA students as volunteers. They are ISPR in Electronic City, Bangalore, NIT Karnataka School of Management, and Presidency College MBA program. They offered us the second year MBA students, and many of them, around 60 of them, helped us really well. The jury members were amazingly graceful. They stood there with us, helped the whole show. There were 110 of them on the first day. And on the second day, we had about 12 of them in the quarterfinals and semifinals. And the grand jury, we had four distinguished judges: Tony Francis, Neha Mishra, Chahat Rawal, and Pragyan Pandey. And they did an amazing job to bring out the finalists to this level. So all in all, besides our volunteers and jury, and if I missed someone's name, my sincere apologies, unintentional. I think I'm also tired and may have forgotten to take your name. But from the bottom of my heart, I think Debato 2020 is exactly what I wanted it to be. It is all of us from around the world, 30 cities around the world, coming together for the joy of debating, learning together, competing, so that we can take back something. And I think it was a grand success. So thank you, universe. Thank you, all my listeners and all our well-wishers, parents, supporters of School of Meaningful Experiences, including my panelists. I think this has been a fantastic day for us. So now, if you can see the screen, I think you can. Here is the screen. Yes, there we go. There we go. So I'm going to start the second runner-up of Hindi Debato 2020 is team from Chhattisgarh, Career Point School, Career Point World, Bilaspur, team number 17. The name of the team is Praveen, and their team members are Ritika Sharma, Vedika Singh, Yogya Sharma. Congratulations, you are the second runner-up of Debato 2020. I think this is a fantastic achievement. Congratulations, all of you. Coming to our first runner-up, it is Team Kushal, team number 18. The team members are Amritanshu Singh, Paridhi Agarwal, Raghav Dikshit, again from Career Point World, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. 2 awards from Bilaspur. This is brilliant. I'm so happy. Congratulations, Team Kushal. And finally, the moment you're all waiting for, I'm going to hopefully wait for 5 seconds, build up the suspense, and start. So 5 seconds. I think you all must be cursing me right now. The winner of Debato 2020 Hindi is team number 2104, MBA Achievers. The members are Tawfiq Anwar Khan, Bhumika Gupta, Anushka Shaw. They are from Morning Bells Academy, Kolkata. Heartiest congratulations. I think this is a phenomenal accomplishment for the Hindi debaters. So I think we have announced the Hindi Debato 2020, 2 teams from Bilaspur and 1 from Kolkata. They deserve a big round of applause from all of you. Parents of these children, you should be proud. And I also would like to thank the parents that yesterday you all had an ordeal to sit through for 6 hours. And I encourage all of you to support your children to come forward and express themselves a lot more. And all these teams, God bless you. We will give you your cash prize. Each team gets a cash prize. The second runner-up gets a cash prize of 6,000 plus goodie bags worth about few thousands of rupees. The first runner-up gets 9,000 cash and goodie bag, and the winner gets 12,000 cash prize and goodie bag worth about 25,000. So overall, amazing effort done. And now move on to our English winners. So our second runner-up for the English Debato 2020 is Team Atmanirbhar 2025 from Amity School, South Delhi. Team members are Anjika Sahu, Sarthak Sahu, and Shivam Parikh. Congratulations, my dear students. Very well done. Second runner-up. Let's move on to the first runner-up of Debato 2020 English, and that is Team Blaze 2094. The team members are Shaurya Chandravanshi, Siddharth Chakravarti. The third member has requested not to take his name, so we'll respect his view on that. They are from GEMS Modern Academy, Dubai. Brilliantly done. Congratulations. And now we come to the winner of English Debato 2020. Again, I'm going to do a 5-second suspense. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, I'll hurry up now. And the winner is Team NPS HSR 2039, Sampada Goha, Yuv Vardia, Aryan Dikshit from NPS HSR. Congratulations, all of you. You have done amazingly well, and you deserve a great round of applause from all of us. Very, very, very good. So, Avantika, can I get our team leaders from this team on stage? I'd love to see them. All right. Okay. Yay. Congratulations, Sampada. Congratulations, Shaurya, and congratulations, Tawfiq. I am so proud of you and I'm so happy for you. Are you guys excited?
Thank you so much. It was a privilege to debate.
Pleasure is all ours. And we have one more member, Amritanshu. If I can see the videos of Amritanshu and Tawfiq and Shaurya, I can see you. Shaurya, what are your views? Are you excited or you're like, this is any other day, I keep winning?
We're very excited, especially because we didn't even expect a break to the quarterfinals. So the fact that we got to finals is good enough for us.
Yeah, no, I think you deserve it, and this was quite a lot of fun. Tawfiq, how about you? कुछ बताइए कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
सर अच्छा ही लगेगा सर.
बहुत बधाई हो और काफी आप लोगों ने ऑल ऑफ यू मतलब फोड़म फाड़ी मचाई आपने तो बिल्कुल एंड शब्दों से with your words क्या धुलाई करी एक दूसरे की. So I think that's what we need to do.
Sir, I just
Precision
like
arguments.
to mention.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So one of our team members who didn't get mentioned, his name is Shreya Sharma. He was our first speaker. So I just want to give him a shout out. Shreya Sharma was part of our team who's super good.
There you go. I thought I'll keep it a secret and you said, okay, fine. And all right, shout out to him as well. Very good job done. So Tawfiq, अच्छा लग रहा है थोड़ा और एक दो sentence बताओ कि अब क्या करोगे मतलब what you want to debate more or do you want to teach others debating? What do you want to do?
सर अभी तो इतना सीखे नहीं कि दूसरों को सिखा सके सर और
I think sab sikha sakte ho. I think you guys deserve very well applause from all of us. Amritanshu, are you there? Something wrong with his mic and video, so we can't get him. Now, here's a question to all of you. You are live. This is going to be recorded. Amritanshu, your comment, how you're feeling right now?
Sir. So I'm feeling very glad to compete this international level debate edition. I get to know various new things.
बहुत ही बढ़िया, बहुत ही अच्छा है. आप बिलासपुर से हैं और दोनों बिलासपुर के हैं, right? So I think we can't. Okay, all right, that's very good. And Tawfiq, आप कोलकाता के हैं, right?
Yes, sir.
And Sampada, you're from NPS HSR, Bangalore.
Yeah, I'm in Bangalore.
And Shaurya, you're from Dubai?
Yeah, I'm from Dubai.
GEMS Dubai. Awesome. Very good. So your schools must be very proud of all of you. And
they're all from different schools. So yeah.
I'm sure. Yeah. Oh, your team had all different schools.
Yeah. So Shreya,
tell me tell me their school names.
So we had someone from we had some debaters from GEMS Modern Academy, some from Al Diafa High School, and another one from West Point Grey Academy in Canada.
Wow, truly global and unbelievable.
Yeah.
That is so cool. And how about you, Sampada?
So all our debaters are from the same school, NPS HSR.
And which grade are you in?
I'm in 10th grade. Actually, all of us are in 10th grade.
Fascinating. Very good. Amritanshu, आपका स्कूल सब एक ही टीम जो थी वो एक ही स्कूल की थी या अलग-अलग लोग थे? Amritanshu is dropped. Tawfiq, आपका सब एक ही स्कूल के हैं कि सब अलग-अलग स्कूल के हैं?
Yes, sir. Every one of our participants were from the same school.
ओके, so आपके स्कूल को बताया आपने?
सर वो लोग को पता चल गया क्योंकि सारे लाइव स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं अभी।
No, I think you truly deserve this excitement. I think this moment, if there is one message you want to give to all the learners out there, what would that be? So we'll start with Sampada, you. What is that one message you want to give to everyone out there?
I think after debating, my point of view and my confidence has increased exponentially. And I think people out there shouldn't be afraid to try out new things and explore the boundaries of what they think is possible. So that would be my message.
Excellent. How about you, Shaurya?
I think that the best thing about debate that everyone learns is that it's not an argument where you talk to someone and you get into a fight and get emotional. The point of debate is you have a view, someone else has a view, you clash the views and understand them. So all I would like to say is to all the people around who have differing views with people, don't just shout them down as bad people, right? The point of debate is to understand all views.
Brilliant, very well done. Tawfiq, आप क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे सबको?
सर इस डिबेट के अंत में मुझे एक सीख मिली है कि अगर हमें डिबेट में कुछ करना है तो हमें सबसे पहले अपने ओपोनेंट की बात को ध्यान से सुनना पड़ेगा और तभी हम उसके विरुद्ध में या विपक्ष में कुछ बोल सकते हैं।
वेरी गुड। अमृतांशु, आपके विचार?
Hello. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. I want to tell that debate is such a thing that where our thinking limits are at a point that we think much more than our normal. So we get to know various things about various themes and various topics rather than in the school we get to know about them.
Very good, very good. Avantika, can we get our panelists? I think there are 4 more, so we can accommodate 10, right? So I think the math will work. Oh, there's Janaka. Okay, then there is Saurabh coming live. Then there is Ira and Simran. So Janaka, Saurabh, Ira and Simran, here are the team leaders from those teams who are the first runner-up and the winners of
Super.
English and Hindi Debato. Please congratulate them.
Congratulations. Super.
Many congrats, guys.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so
Very
much.
happy about the LPS winners. That's my school as well from back in the day.
Wow, look at that.
Of course, back in the day it was LPS,
And it's
Rajaji Nagar.
unbelievable what collaboration across countries.
Absolutely. Dubai, Canada, Bilaspur, Bangalore, and then the judges are from all over the place. So this is like truly global event that we pulled through. I just want to, yeah, go ahead.
No, I just want to, I mean, one is the amazing diversity that you've been able to bring together with participants from various countries, cities, various schools, all of that collaboration. And I really loved what every participant shared in terms of, and I think it's so true, right? I mean, on this, I really loved when, I don't remember the name, but I'm not able to read the name, but was it Tawfiq who said that we have to listen to our opponents first in order to be able to actually put out an argument there. And that's rich and meaningful and about challenging your own potential and crossing those boundaries and not be shy, I think, about participating. I mean, such wonderful sort of lovely to hear from young people, and I always believe that there's so much that we can learn from youngsters. So I think thank you all for participating and sharing what you know with the millions of people out there who are watching this, and also I think with us as individuals, running our own small enterprises or working, in these entities and organizations. There's so much to learn from you guys. So really, really happy that I'm here, and lovely to meet all the other fellow panelists as well. But you guys, and keep debating, keep challenging the status quo, and keep sort of growing in whatever you're doing. All the very best. I'm super excited.
Absolutely gold. Any other comments, Saurabh?
It suffice to say the future is very bright. Every time I go to a room with kids, it just takes my energy levels 3x. And no offense to the little bit more from the panel, but lovely thoughts. I think like Janika said, what Tawfiq said is key. Debates is as much listening as it's speaking. So I think very well put. And I'm actually amazed that we are having. I thought this was just India specific. Pretty amazed to see this is actually at international stage. So good stuff, guys. Great stuff.
Ira, how about you?
Wonderful. I think he so brilliantly put it that you don't raise voices, you improve your arguments, as Desmond Tutu said. And this is what they've done. And it is so fabulous to see this cross country collaboration. Wonderful. I mean, it is amazing to see schools come up. But I think on your own, this collaboration also shows, what great teamwork. Wonderful. I think this is what you
Simran, how about
aspired,
you?
Rakesh, that there is a cross collaboration and you come out with the best of the best.
Absolutely. I think that proof is in the pudding, rightly said, Ira. Simran, your views?
I think congratulations to all the winners. You guys have done an amazing job. Honestly, when Rakesh, when we first started the panel discussion and Rakesh asked me about debating, honestly, I went bonkers and completely lost it. And I had no clue what I was talking. But now that I see you guys sitting in front of me and I just saw you people talking so confidently, I'm like, guys, I mean, you guys are so amazing. So congratulations, and keep debating, and look out for amazing platforms, and keep doing it. I think the cross country, the fact that we have Hindi and English, and hoping that we will also incorporate more regional languages, so that we are opening the space to a wider audience. I think will be fantastic. So congratulations to you guys. I mean, brilliant. I am humbled.
Absolutely.
Future leaders.
Future leaders, absolutely. I think our country is in the right hands. Now, here are a few things I want to let all of you know, my teams here, and all of you are listening. I think the whole idea is not just about winning. The idea is about participating. I'm a big believer of trying. And yes, we will fall flat. Like yesterday was a disaster in the first round, and all of you witnessed how much we were struggling. But the whole idea is to keep trying, and everybody will start supporting and then move to a certain stage. So, all of your teams, including the people my heartiest congratulations. All the 100 teams who participated, each of you is a winner. Here is my question I'm going to give you that you should debate about. That I think our education system needs to be thought through all over again, because at some point of time what is happening in the world and what is happening in the classroom, बहुत फर्क है इन दोनों में. Now, for the first time after 34 years, I'm very happy that they have brought out the National Education Policy version 2020. पर मेरा एक ही सवाल है, आप लोगों ने जिन्होंने ये पॉलिसी बनाई है, आपने स्टूडेंट से पूछा क्या कि क्या पढ़ना चाहते हो? Because that question is very critical. That at some point of time, you are the stakeholders, the entire policy is for you. And if they have not even discussed with you, then why are we even discussing it? That we need to bring your voice into the whole policy making, because we are catering to you. And at some point of time, you will become future leaders of our country. We all have to support it. Teachers, education people, students, and stakeholders and parents have to decide the policy. I think education, it's the right time to rethink through. There's no better time than today. And each of you leaders out there, along with your teams and the thousands of members who are watching us and participating with us, I think let's work together and make education better, because only then education creates the impact that it should. So once again, congratulations. Very, very proud of you. Do talk about this to your schools. We'll send out emails very soon. You deserve a great round of applause. And to all my panelists, thank you for being such graceful people, for joining us. taking time from your busy schedule. We will now end Debato 2020 in style by a nice thank you to all of you, and have an amazing day and have a great year ahead. Bye, everyone.
Thank you so much
Thank you.
for having
Thank
us.
you.
Thanks, Rakesh. Great
And
initiative.
Thank
Thanks so
congratulations.
much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Bye, sir.
Congrats again to the students.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
See ya.